Testing, testing. All right, we're gonna get started here in the next like 2 minutes. So if everyone could please get to their seats.
Yes, that's right. It's like the end of the year curse or something.
I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's my own fault. It's fine.
I know. Throw another log on the fire, man. Whew.
Yeah, that's what I would do too. That's what I always do is I would water.
That's what I was trying to get someone to do.
Yeah.
Let's start. Okay. All right, I'll start. We're already over on time. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Graduate Research and Discovery Symposium final competition at Clemson University on Friday, April 15th, 2022. I'll be your host today. My name is Nick Gregorich, and I'm a fifth-year PhD candidate in the Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering Department under the advisement of Dr. Eric Davis. I'm also the Director of Student Government alongside Claire Texter, Deputy Director of Research Initiatives. Hello to everyone out there tuning in via Clemson TV. Thank you for joining us this morning. It's 9 a.m. and it's time to get this competition rolling. So I'm going to go through some of the format, how today's going to work, and then thank everyone that has been part of this process for the last 3.5 months. So the GRADS competition is a 2-round competition that involves a preliminary phase that we have done for the second time in a virtual space, where each contestant had the opportunity to create a virtual poster, a 2-minute video, and put it on a personalized Google site as seen here by Pinar Ozmazrak. It allowed students to post their abstract, their advisor, their degree, and all these pages were nicely displayed on a website right here that we had made by Alex Day, our GSG webmaster. The preliminary round had 35 contestants from 5 of the 7 colleges at Clemson. We are now down to 13 finalists, and they are from the 5 different colleges here at Clemson. So for today's competition, the format is 7-minute research talks that are geared to a non-specialist audience. The ability to challenge students that are necessarily from College of Science to explain their research to someone that is from the College of Education, or College of Education to someone that is from CAFLS. So we do this because it is a great way to showcase the wonderful research conducted by our graduate students and put them in a professional setting. So some of the judging criteria for today. Did the presenter present an understanding of the background and significance of their research? Did they clearly state the purpose of this research and its impact, along with any methods and results and findings, along with broader implications? Did they spend an adequate amount of time on each slide of their presentation? Did it follow a clear and logical sequence? Did they capture their and maintain the audience's attention? And were the slides visually appealing to everyone? So, as I've now learned these last 2 years in this role, putting on a competition of this magnitude is no small task. The caliber of these competitions has undoubtedly been raised to a new standard the last couple of years. Quite honestly, I view this committee and everyone that helps as a well-oiled machine. The Research Initiatives Committee has put in many hours of work. Oh, I apologize. So these are some of the awards for today, with the GRADS champion receiving $1,000, our runner-up getting $500, third place $250, and the People's Choice, which gives the audience the opportunity to text in their favorite presentation, similar to how American Idol was back in the early 2000s. And one thing I want to mention to participants is that all the awards from the prelims and finals will be given out to you in the coming weeks. So be on the lookout for an email from me. So back to what I was saying. The Research Initiatives Committee has put in many hours of work the last 3.5 months planning today's competition, and we are very proud of how this has all come together. As some of you may know, I will be graduating from Clemson this upcoming August. It is bittersweet that I stand here today knowing that this is the fourth and final competition I will be hosting for Clemson graduate students. But I am very proud of what we have created here. What we've done is elevate the standard for both research competitions that graduate student government oversees. A space for graduate students to gain practice presenting their research in a conference-style setting here in their own. I can't hear you. Oh, okay. A space for graduate students to gain practice presenting their research in a conference-style setting here in their own backyard at Clemson, providing opportunities for growth as researchers and public speakers, all the while furthering their professional development as they enter their next chapter upon graduating from Clemson. Our vision was to make these competitions feel like a conference, and I truly feel that this vision will continue to grow even further for years to come after my time. First and foremost, I want to thank Claire Texter. Claire has been on this committee with me for nearly 3 years. At the end of last year, I asked her to be the deputy and take this on with me. I had a good feeling that we would work well together, and I was right. It has been a very memorable year working on these competitions with Claire and becoming friends with her outside of this. I'm very happy that both of us are graduating and moving on. But if I'm being honest, if I were here for another year, I would definitely be asking you to do this with me one more time. Claire has been a spectacular partner on this journey, and I have no doubt she will do great things in her next chapter at Clemson. I want to thank Vishal Thomas. Vishal has been on this committee longer than anyone else. And quite honestly, it feels like he has been on the team since the existence of Pangea, the supercontinent. Being on this committee with Vishal for the last 3 years has been such a joy. We befriended as a result of this and became roommates this year in an off-campus apartment just north of campus. Vishal has overseen the Canvas page for all of the last 4 competitions this committee has orchestrated, written numerous important emails, and taken on many other tasks I don't have time to mention. Vishal is a huge asset to this team and also has a great sense of humor. Thank you, Vishal. I want to thank Eric Antonio. Eric has been on this committee about as long as Vishal and was actually the deputy director with me last year. Eric is a great person to work with and truly one of the nicest people I've met here at Clemson through GSG. Eric was in charge of updating the websites for both competitions and will be serving as one of the iPad timer guys this morning for competitors to know how much time they have left. Thanks, Eric. I want to thank Pinar Ozmazrak. Pinar actually lives in Turkey and is an online PhD student here at Clemson. She too has been on this committee for at least 3 years. Pinar has been very instrumental with the virtual components of this competition and putting together communications to be sent out to graduate students, encouraging them to participate. It has been a pleasure working with Pinar, and I have no doubt that she is tuning in from Turkey right now. Thank you for all your help, Pinar. I want to thank Julia Corradino. Julia has been on this committee for 1 year and is definitely a huge contributor. Julia designed the purple polo shirts you see members of the committee wearing this morning. Quite honestly, it is my favorite shirt I've received in my time here at Clemson. I like the shirt so much that I've been telling people I eat, sleep, bathe, and even swim in the lake with that shirt on. Julia is also the creator of the giant check we will be giving the GRADS champion today that looks really cool. It has been very memorable befriending Julia outside of this committee, and all your contributions to the team are greatly appreciated. I would also like to thank Kenzie Hurley. Kenzie has had the full responsibility for planning our breakfast and post-competition reception each of the last two competitions. This was a new feature to our competitions this year, and it has definitely been well received. We actually ran out of food last time. Thank you, Kenzie, for being so reliable with all of this, both the food and table rentals. I am very excited to celebrate this competition later today and eat lots of good snacks. Thank you, George Strickland. George, otherwise known as the Swag Master, took on the responsibility of designing and ordering all the cups, lanyards, luggage tags, koozies, pins, rulers, and many other goodies that have our logos on it. George also designed and ordered the GSG lapel pins that some of us are wearing this morning. In my opinion, these lapel pins are a great feature for GSG senators and directors. All in all, George has been a huge contributor to this committee, and I'm very glad he joined the team this year. Thank you, Annalise Gonzalez. This was Annalise's first year on the committee, and she has been a great asset to the team. Annalise was in charge of putting together the side screens you see behind me that display which speaker is currently presenting, along with all of our sponsors. She was also responsible for getting our flyers made and printed on fancy wax paper that you may have seen around campus advertising this competition. Annalise is such a nice person, and I'm so glad that she was part of the team this year. Thank you, Annalise. I also want to thank Arup for helping with various emails that needed to be sent, creating the registration forms for both competitors and judges, and helping out where he Arup, and good luck with your faculty position at LSU. I also want to thank the rest of the members of this committee, those being Tariq, Gregory, and Paula. I want to say thank you to our GSG leadership. This includes Vice President Abby Roberts, GSG President Robert O'Hara, and President Pro Tem Travis Roberts. It has been delightful meeting you all both in and outside of GSG. Although it happened near the end of my time here, I am very grateful that we had the chance to meet. Thank you to our webmaster, Alex Day, for designing the website for the preliminary phase of this competition. The website looks fantastic, and we would not have been able to make it without you. In no particular order, I want to thank Dr. Cameron Bushnell, Kelsey Schaefer, Rebecca Tao, Jill Bunch for sending out communications advertising this competition, along with Ellen Graben for designing the really nice flyer we had for the finals. I want to give a big shout out to the folks in Student Affairs who handle all of our accounts and expenses. This includes Lisa Bana, Amy Hinson, and Susan Eller. Working with you all has been such a pleasure. Thank you for always being so responsive to the million emails I send your way on a weekly basis and always being helpful. Thank you to all 7 of the college associate deans for being supportive of these competitions by providing funding and identifying judges. Without your funding, this competition would not be possible. We are also very appreciative of the funding we received from the Office of Provost, the Vice, and all academic units. Thank you, Dean Lopes of the Graduate School. Your commitment to our committee, its vision, and goals are greatly appreciated. Thank you for being such an advocate of our initiatives and always looking out for our best interests. Your help with the budget and advocating for funding last summer was much appreciated. As I've mentioned prior, these competitions have definitely been elevated to a new standard, and without that funding, this would not have been possible. Thank you, Dr. Marika Van Pumbrook, Associate Dean of Professional Development, Health, and Wellbeing. This was your first semester in this role, and your immediate desire to support this committee was very noticeable. As anyone involved with the committee knows, one of the biggest challenges we face year in and year out is identifying judges for both the 3MT and GRADS competitions. Your support in finding judges for the GRADS competition was greatly appreciated, along with identifying and inviting our special keynote speaker today, Dr. June Pilcher. I know this is both mine and Claire's last competition, but I have the utmost confidence that your support will help in continuing the traditions we've created when new directors take over next year. I want to give a very special thank you to Jody Cox, Director of Graduate Training and Mentoring for the Graduate School. Planning and working on these competitions with you for the past 2 years has been very memorable. Jody does most of the heavy lifting for our information sessions, all Grad 360 related events, and relaying messages between us and the graduate school. As she and I both know, there are many times during the planning of these where things can get pretty stressful. One of the qualities I truly admire about her is she is always so calm when I call her to complain about something. I don't know how she does it. She's seriously as cool as a cucumber. Jody has seen me mad, sad, happy, stressed out, and everything in between. But each time I reach out to her, I do so because I know that she will calm me down and make me realize that everything is going to be okay. Jody has truly become a parent figure to this committee, and we are all so grateful to have her at every single one of our weekly meetings, providing her experience and insight. Jody's dedication to professional development of graduate students is exceptional and very apparent. I will miss working with Jody on a weekly basis, but I'm so grateful that I got to work closely with you these past 2 years. Thank you so much, Jody. It is hot. Man, okay. Although she is no longer involved in the planning of these competitions, I would like to give one last thank you to Dr. Tia DeMoss, Associate Vice President for Strategic Alliances. It's oftentimes fascinating to me how you meet certain people during various chapters of your life and the profound impact that they have on it. Sometimes when I'm unmotivated to work on my schoolwork or research, I will sit down and watch random speeches on YouTube. One of my favorite quotes by Wayne Dyer that I discovered from a Dabo Sweeney speech is that ducks quack and eagles soar above the crowd. Dr. DeMoss is undoubtedly an eagle. In 2019, I made the decision to participate in the 3-minute thesis competition here at Clemson, the other event we traditionally host in the fall. I went on to win and represent the university at the Southeastern Regional. Dr. DeMoss attended regionals with me and served as a mentor figure through the whole experience. These experiences I had with her at regionals made me realize I had to take on this position. I so badly wanted to be in her presence and learn how to be a leader like her, an eagle. Coming into this experience, I had never managed a large group of people before. Quite honestly, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. For the next 1.5 years, I had the pleasure of working alongside her in advance planning both the 3MT and GRADS competitions. Attending meetings that she was in charge of was so instrumental in how I now run my own meetings for the Research Initiatives Committee. Dr. DeMoss is a huge advocate of advanced planning. She comes to meetings with a prepared agenda, a plan, and a list of things that must be completed during that meeting time. 2 years ago, when I first took on this position, I had a difficult time involving the members of this committee during the planning of these competitions. I'm a very stereotypical perfectionist and was having a hard time trusting people to do something when I would rather just do it myself. For those that were on the committee last year, they may recall the emails I would send at very bizarre times of night. These emails would come from me at 2, 3, 4 in the morning when human beings are supposed to be asleep. I was taking on too much and would routinely get burnt out, which resulted in me leaving these competitions untouched for days or even weeks at a time. It was during these moments that I finally listened to her advice that I need to get the committee more involved and trust the team. Her advice has paid off, and it is so rewarding to truly feel like this is a team that receives contributions from everyone, creating the well-oiled machine that I mentioned earlier. So why am I telling you all this? If there's anything to take away from what I'm saying, it's that I encourage all graduate students at Clemson to step out of their comfort zone at least once and take on a leadership role in a student organization at some point in your time down here. Managing groups of people and leading an initiative is both a skill and art that helps us grow as both leaders and people. This doesn't happen overnight, but what a perfect opportunity to do this now. As we graduate from Clemson with our graduate degrees, we will find ourselves managing research groups of graduate students if we remain in academics, serving as R&D managers in various companies, or many other managerial careers that involve leadership. I thank you for your time today, and let's give one more round of applause for everyone on the team in the last 2 years. All right. So, as is tradition for the past 3 or 4 competitions, we are very excited to have the Dean of the Graduate School, Dean John Lopes, to provide some remarks on today's competition. So, please join me in giving a warm welcome to bringing Dean Lopes to the podium.
Take the towel away. I need that. It really is very hot up here. You have no idea how much heat this emanates. I thought that was just a fantastic speech, wasn't it? Really heartwarming. Let's give him a round of applause. I also want to start off by reminding us all that we live in a really very complex world, right? And there are constant challenges to how we live our lives every day. and things that create a lot of stress and sort of challenge us to think about who we are and who we want to be. And I think what I hope is that we can all sort of remember that regardless of the challenges that we face, we can agree, we can disagree on things, but we really need to always treat each other with respect and dignity. So let's keep that in mind, please. So one of the best things about coming to Clemson was getting to meet all the folks who are here. I've been here less than 2 years. I've especially really enjoyed getting to meet the graduate students. Probably have more contact with grad students than anyone else on campus. But I have to tell you, though, this last few months has been particularly striking because of seeing you all in 3 dimensions. Last week, there was a whole bunch of graduate professional student appreciation week events. And so I really enjoyed going to those events and seeing folks in real life. I couldn't help but be struck by how much has changed since I was a graduate student. I often say things haven't changed that much, but it was really evident last week. There were way more people at the ice cream social than at the beer social. Wow, that would have never happened when I was in graduate school. In fact, I'm not sure we knew where the ice cream parlors were. But it was fun to see you all, and it was really nice to see that people were so happy and engaged in those events. I think we need to have more of those moving forward. Also want to extend my thank you to, I won't repeat all the thank yous that Nick did, but I want to give a special shout out to Nick and Claire Textor and their wonderful committee. And I really do want to emphasize that there's so much work that goes on into planning an event like this that you really need the committee to be all in. And so he did a great job of mentioning you all, and it's so greatly appreciated because this, we know how busy you are, and this is sort of on top of all of your normal work. So we're very grateful. Nick has done an amazing job in leading this effort. For the 2 years I've been involved, he's helped us with the 3MT competition and with grads, and honestly, some of the times, he's meeting with, a lot of the associate deans and faculty on campus, and in those conversations, what really sort of happens is that folks forget that he's a grad student, right? And the conversation shifts to treating them like a peer. And so I think that speaks to the fact that he's recognized as a leader in this environment, right? And I think that's kudos to Nick. Claire Textor, I got to interact with a good bit this year. She's also done an extraordinary job. Now, I don't know if you've all noticed this, but both Travis Roberts has a broken right foot, and Claire has a broken right foot. Now, there's a very simple explanation for how those two things happen, but it's not nearly as interesting as the story I've been telling everybody about what happened. One of the things I sort of find out is that, there's the truth, and then if you're not happy with that, if it's not interesting, you just make up a different version of the truth. So just keep that in mind as you hear how this came to be. But Claire did an outstanding job. It is a lot of work, and thank you for all that you've done. GRADS is supported by a whole lot of people outside of outside of students in graduate school. So faculty, the associate deans, and deans all make commitment to this and are actively involved in helping identify judges and whatnot. And they provide a lot of the financial support as well. So I like the fact that Nick said we helped with that, but really it takes cooperation from the colleges to provide the funding, and they do think this is very important. The graduate school staff, Jody Cox, outstanding. She got an award this year from Commission on Women. We're very proud of that. Let's hear it for Jody. Look at how humble she is, right? Rebecca Cox and Ellen Graben, Jill Bunch. One of the really fantastic things about being in my position, come to work and work with these amazing people. And they really are all out. I'm not kidding. I email it and text at all hours of the day, and I always get responses. These people are really committed to success, and they're committed to everything that you all need. We went through a transition, kind of a scary transition from Dr. Tia Dumas, who had been in the role in the graduate school for a while and had done an amazing job. And whenever that happens, you worry about the next steps. And Tia worked with Dr. Marika Van Pembroek in the transition, and they've been cooperating and collaborating to ensure that it was a seamless transition. And I want to thank both of them for their leadership in, both the 3MT and in the GRADS competition. Thank you. And lastly, I'm really looking forward to hearing the presentation from Dr. June Pilcher. I mean, one of the things that's been kind of interesting in both the 3MT and in the GRADS is that we've gotten these great speakers, both from on campus and off campus, to come and give talks, and it really enriches the experience. And Dr. June Pilcher, so we just met today, but I was looking at her work, and it's on stress and sleeping issues and whatnot, and I'm like, I feel like I need to know her really well. Like, I do a really fantastic job of combining stress and lack of sleep. So I'm looking forward to your presentation. Thank you for being here with us today. So GRADS is this, it's this, I'll tell you sort of what I really appreciate about it. Aside from the fact that it showcases the research that goes on our campus, it's a competition, right? And competition is a really good thing. I often am involved in conversations with things that are going on our campus and on other campuses where people talk about, a concern that someone is doing something that maybe will compete with what you're doing. I kind of like competition. Now, I think it's part of sort of what drives us is the fact that, if we were just sort of doing things in a vacuum, you could accomplish a lot. But I think when you're involved in a competition and you're trying to get that paper out before all the competing labs are, I think you work that much harder and that much smarter to get it. And I think everybody benefits from that spirit of competition. And it helps that there's money at the end of it, right? So I think that's a good sign as well. But I do think that that's sort of the nature of both the 3MT and the nature of this speaks to that. And I think it's a really good thing. The other thing I think it contributes to is something we talk an awful lot about, and that is the fact that, the biggest transition that's happened for Clemson in the last 20 years is that we've become an R1 institution, right? And that's really meaningful on a very big level. The reason that happened is because of the research that goes on from the graduate students on this campus. That's the single greatest factor in determining the R1 designation. Right, so all of you have contributed to that, and the fact that we continue to stay in that designation is really, really important. And it's something that everybody sort of is very excited about, right? The Board of Trustees recognize the importance. It's an outward-facing designation, so that other students who are considering Clemson and companies and other research arenas, they're all looking at us as being in that sort of top-tier category. So I think it's really important. And recently, I've had the opportunity to sort of use that notion that graduate students have played that important role in various ways. So the 3MT winners this year presented their work here, and then they presented it to our new development board for the graduate school, right? And so they're 3-minute presentations, right? And there were 5 of them. That's 15 minutes, if my math is right. With questions, it went on for 45 minutes. That's how engaged this development board was. And then a couple of weeks ago, I did a presentation before a group that is going to be frontlining graduate education in the capital campaign. So for the first time, it is a big chunk of the capital campaign. And so again, we had 2 of the 3MT winners come and talk to that group, and the same thing happened. 3-minute presentation, 15 minutes worth of questions, and we had to cut them off. And so that tells you about the importance and the recognition that you all play in not only what we do on campus, but how it's viewed by our external stakeholders. So all of this is really important, and I want to encourage you to just always seek out that competition, right? To sort of use it to drive yourselves to a greater good. I think it's important to showcase the work that we do. The other thing that I will finish with is that there's another element to this that's sort of built into the 3MT and GRADS, and that is presenting your research in a way that can be understood by a non-generalist. So you've heard me bang this drum over and over and over again. I've talked about it even at graduation. And now, starting with students graduating at the end of the summer, dissertation and thesis will require a non-specialist abstract. And so we're going to start doing, sort of imparting what we try to do in 3MT and GRADS, and we're going to make it a mainstay of graduate education at Clemson University. So I think this is really important. And just so you know that I'm not asking you to do something I wouldn't do, Jill Bunch, who is spearheading this, said it would be a really good idea if the dean and the graduate dean, associate deans all did it first. Okay, so I will be taking my dissertation, which I will have to reread, vaguely remember the topic, and then I'll write a non-specialist abstract. But that's what will be happening moving forward. So these are themes that we think are important. We're grateful that you're a part of it. We're also very, very proud of all of you. So thank you for being here today and enjoy the day.
All right. Thank you, Dean Lopes. So this brings us to our invited speaker today. 1 second. All right. So as I said, next up, we have our very special keynote speaker to kick off the GRADS competition. An alumni distinguished professor from the Department of Psychology, she received her bachelor's from University of Southern Mississippi, then went on to gain her master's and doctoral degree from the University of Chicago. She is an honorary member of the class of 1939, is a faculty scholar for the Clemson University School of Health Research, and was a Jefferson Science Fellow in the U.S. Agency for International Development. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. June Pilcher from the Department of Psychology.
All right. I think the microphone's working, huh? Yeah? All right. Perfect. So thank you guys for asking me to come and talk. Somebody, I lost track of who said, do you do these talks often? And I said, yeah, as often as I can. I do enjoy talking about a variety of topics to people. In this case, they asked me to talk about the, kind of science in terms of graduate students and the training that goes on in a graduate school setting at many universities, of course, in the U.S. and around the world. And so this talk really, I'm sad to say, is not really about stress or sleep. I could certainly come back and talk about that anytime because I do that quite a bit. But today what I did was I organized a talk, which I hope will work out. We're running a little late, but but on science. And so I started off and I was thinking, and they basically told me, oh no, just talk about science, talk about how great it is. So, this is how I started, the wonders of science. And then I said, okay, so, woohoo, science, right? Here we are. Science, of course, leads our culture, it leads our society. And we all know that, right? I mean, this room is a beacon of science, right? I mean, this is what we do. This is what science has given us, right? And that's great. And we all love it. Hopefully, that's why we're here in an academic setting. We enjoy this process. And hopefully, as graduate students, many of you are learning to enjoy the process. But, it would be nice if science was really just a bunch of flowers and butterflies and wandering through the fields and a walk in the park, so to speak, right? But it's really not, right? And as I was starting to put all this together, I thought, okay, but really, what we have to deal with is a lot of resistance to science in our society. And not just our society, many societies, both at an individual level and at a broader and even sometimes, put together, organized, I guess is a good word for it, level where there's groups organizing to resist science, right? And so we get to things like, and as we know, there we go, the resistance to the vaccines, right? Resistance to the process or concept of evolution, the resistance, I would say, to thought, but okay, we don't have to go there, right? It's hard, right? And that's what made me start to think, really what I want to talk about is science is hard, right? That's really what I want to talk about. And why is it hard? And I think that addressing hopefully many graduate students and other faculty members and things and deans and things like that, I think that many people might agree with this, that science really is hard. Okay? And I talk about this, I say this to graduate students working with me, undergraduates working with me, undergraduates and graduate students who want to work with me. I warn them in advance, science is hard. And there's no getting around this, at least in my experience, right? One thing to think about as we think about this idea that science is hard is that science is also relatively new in terms of humans and human behavior and human societies. Really, the scientific evolution or revolution really started around the 1600s, right? And really, most people classify the revolution part from 1600s to about the 1800s. And then it was no longer a revolution. It was just becoming more mainstream part of society, right? A driver of society. And of course, this helped us develop, or we gradually, our long ago ancestors, gradually developed the idea of the basic scientific methods, the need for empirical evidence, and perhaps more recently, the peer review process, right? But science is not natural or easy. And I would put this out there in terms of this is what, this idea that using scientific methods, trying to gather empirical data is not natural for the human brain. Right? And I think this is part of the reason that science is simply hard. Right? When we think about it, I think there are two different ways to think about science being hard. One is that it's hard in predictable ways, right? As any student might expect, where the basics of the requirements of science, of the basic terminology. And that's something that frankly is overwhelming for many undergraduates, that they're learning not only the basic terminology for one science, but really for many, because they're taking a variety of subjects at that undergraduate level. And then of course, the idea would be they would choose one and start to focus and learn more detailed terminology and more detailed information. And of course, they have to deal with perhaps basic math skills or problem-solving skills. All of this is part of the basic requirements for science that I think that everybody here would agree is quite clearly there. Of course, then it gets more specialized. For me in psychology, and for all psychologists, not just me, a big part of that is stats and research methods. And that's something that often startles our undergraduate students. It's one of the things that it is a requirement in every single psychology degree is undergraduate courses in stats and research methods. And undergraduate majors will often be astonished that we actually expect them to learn stats and research methodology. And we expect them to learn it fairly early in their time as an undergraduate psychology major. And they're astonished, and they're like, they don't want to do that. I want to major in psychology because I want to talk about, people having depression. I don't want to think about how we know how people have depression, right? We don't want to think about that kind of scientific side of it, right? And this is something that we struggle with in psychology, that we have to keep reminding students, no, this is part of psychology too. Yeah. And for many of us, it's the major part of psychology. Yeah. Of course, it's also hard in less predictable ways. And this is where we get into that constant battle with what really is human nature. Right? And I just kind of put together a few ideas here to give you some basics of what I think about when I think about why is science so hard for humans, right? One is that it's easy for humans to accept preconceived ideas. Once we have an idea in our head, we hang on to it, and we hang on to it for dear life. Right? It takes a lot to change our minds. It's much harder to challenge even our own preconceived ideas, let alone to challenge somebody else's preconceived ideas. Right? And then it goes on. It's easy to accept my perspective versus somebody else. Much harder to seek out multiple perspectives, to judge by gut feelings, right? Oh, I just have a gut feeling. right? Science is not about gut feelings, right? And you can have your gut feelings, but that's not science, right? Science is thinking a more analytical, logical approach, accepting ideas on face value versus actually critically evaluating ideas. These are all just things that, to me anyway, this talks about that constant battle that we have between what our brain automatically wants to do, therefore making it easy for us, and we perceive it as easy, right? Versus what is much harder. Again, a capability. The brain can do this. This is what the human brain does. And I often talk about this in my classes, that the big human brain gives us a lot of possibilities that no other mammal has, right? We are special because of our big human brain, right? But that doesn't make it easy. And in fact, I think that science is a good example of that the capacity of the human brain to do the types of things that we wanted to do in terms of understanding science and generating science, there's nothing easy about it. And it is, I do think it's a constant battle. It's a constant struggle, right? Of course, this gets to that idea that we're talking about human nature and how do we manage human nature. And what I thought I would do is bring up a few ideas, and these are things I talk about in classes a good bit. I don't think probably many people here have heard it from me, at least from me, but it's something to think about. This is what the brain does for us. One of the things that the brain does for us just automatically is it tells stories, right? We like stories, and you already know this, right? Everybody already knows that we like stories, right? After all, you could be reading a book or watching a movie, and honestly, we start to cry because the person that we like is in trouble or dying or whatever, right? And we literally start to cry, right? I mean, I suspect everybody has done that. I think it's hard not to, right? And I do it even when I keep reminding myself it's a damn story, right? And I'm still crying because my favorite character is dying, right? It's crazy. I think this is just a side effect of the storytelling brain, right? This is what our brain does. It sees information, it automatically associates, finds associations, and it does its best to create a story out of it, right? And then, just like we talked about earlier, once we have a story in our head, man, do we hang on to it. And that's true for scientists too. I wish I could say that scientists were very willing to have a story, but then give it up when necessary, like contradictory data, right? But it's a struggle for scientists too, as I suspect all of you have learned at some point. In every history of all sciences, we have times where scientists have grabbed onto an idea and held on to it long past the data supporting it, right? Again, just human nature. What I would suggest is that scientists are trained to challenge it, but that's what we'll talk about. Yeah. So the storytelling brain, automatic, unconscious. We create the stories without even realizing it. That can get scary. I challenge you to think about that, right? And of course, because it's unconscious, it's easy. We're not even aware we do it, right? The story is there. We're acting on the story. We're believing the story. We don't even realize it. Of course, we do have that big human brain, right? Primarily, what we have that really makes us special is the frontal lobe, right? The frontal lobe is what gives us this kind of thoughtful, logical, what we often think of as the human brain, right? And it is thoughtful, it can be thoughtful, it can be logical, but this takes effort, right? It really does take effort. And sometimes the effort is easier than others, but still it's effort. So we're pretty conscious of it. Maybe not conscious of all of it, but we're conscious of a good bit of it. It can be reflective, but I also like to point out that it's really fleeting, right? I have to talk about it as fleeting rationality, because yes, our brain is capable of rational thought, of logical thought, but if we're not careful, the brain defaults very quickly to emotional responding, right? Because that's much easier. And as much as we might want to think, oh, we're emotional or we're rational beings, I would suggest that we are emotional beings with fleeting rationality, right? And that if we're not careful, the rationality will easily disappear because it takes extra effort, right? It just takes extra effort. And of course, in the end, like with so many things, the frontal lobe is basically lazy, right? I mean, and you guys know this, come on. You're sitting there trying to read on something or work on your dissertation or something like that. It's exhausting. It's hard work. And we can't do it 24 hours a day. We just can't. It's too much. So we have to be able to step away from it. And that's when, of course, that fleeting rationality comes into it. The emotions can easily step back in and take over. So yeah, things to think about, right? Then we have what I love calling the Disney brain, right? And this is very human, right? We love the fun, easy to understand stories. That's why I like to call it the Disney brain, right? We like everything to really be black and white. And I give you one of my favorite examples of that. I mean, after all, even the name Cruella de Vil tells you who this person is, right? We know from the very moment we hear the name what this person is about, right? And which one do you like better? Do you like little cute puppies? Yeah, there you go, right? I mean, the black and white here is very obvious. This is what humans want. We want no ambiguity. We want no middle ground. But obviously, I'm talking to you guys. We all know that the world is basically ambiguity. Science is certainly ambiguity. And we have to be willing to accept that and to work on it to find the best way to understand it, knowing that even the way that I understand a certain topic today, because of the just basic ambiguity of science, could change tomorrow. And clearly an example of this in our recent time is dealing with COVID, right? Where when it first came out, society really wanted us, scientists to just have the damn answer. And we can't. That's not, it's impossible. We have to figure it out as we go. Yeah. It's hard, right? And there are human biases. Now, there's hundreds of human biases. So I was very selective in what I was going to talk about today in the interest of time, right? We have confirmation bias. And again, I suspect you guys have heard about this, but it applies so strongly to science. I wanted to bring it up, right? Because we'll sit, and this is true for all of us, and it's true for me. I mean, I talk about this, I give talks about this. It doesn't matter. I still have confirmation bias too. We all have it. It never stops, right? And the basic idea is that we're sitting here. Now, this pointer is kind of weird. Okay, so we're sitting here with our little beliefs, and the facts can just bounce off, right? And unless we're careful, that is clearly what's happening to every single one of us, whether we like it or not. It's happening because it's so automated, right? Another one I really like that I try to keep in my head as I'm thinking about science and really everything is this basic concept of what you see is all there is, right? And we found a little diagram here that kind of gives us a bit of an idea that basically your opinion is this little green dot here. I'll move a little bit. I'll get closer to the heat. And the green dot. And then what you see is actually the larger orange area, but your thoughts are the green, and that's where your thought is, and that's where you're going to stay, right? Unless you challenge yourself, that's where you're going to stay. But the real world out there is out there, whether you realize it or not, right? And the reality of the best possible thing is probably not your possible thing because you can't even see it, right? And that is the idea of what you see is all there is. That when we're over here and we let ourselves get caught up in our own little big orange dot here, we don't even see everything else. It's invisible to us. We just can't see it. And the only way to do this is to challenge ourselves. And by challenge ourselves, I mean simple things like ask yourself, what else do I need to know? As soon as you ask yourself such a simple question, you start to open your ideas and you open that kind of frontal lobe, that rational, logical thinking part of the brain to the fact that there's a lot of stuff out here that I don't know yet, right? Yeah. And of course, this is part of what scientific training, graduate school training does for us, right? So what do we do? Once we know even a little bit of any of this, how do we handle it? And this is what, to me, a big part of what the extended education involved in training scientists is handling or working to handle. I don't think it's ever really handled because we always have to challenge ourselves, but it does help us, I think. So, for example, one of the most basic ideas is being willing to challenge our own thoughts, challenge our own stories, ask ourselves, do I know what else do I need to know? That's a big one, right? What don't I know yet? Right? What is another perspective on this? This is my perspective. What is another perspective? It's simple questions like that that can really help us get better at. And again, I don't think we're ever great at this because it's not easy for humans to do this. But I do think that big frontal lobe, again, gives us that chance to learn to do this, right? So again, I've thought about this for many, many, many years now. I still have to struggle with it. I don't think it's ever easy, right? So I think that that's like one of the basics of it, is just be willing to challenge our thoughts, right? It's not easy to do, right? And of course, the scientist in training, right? I love this little guy, right? But the scientist in training, of course, also known as graduate school, right? I mean, let's be real, 8+ years of training for most scientists, including undergraduate, right? And that's a minimum. Most are taking more than 8, right? Training on specific methods, specific thoughts or stats, that kind of thing, but also training on these topics. You just might not have thought about it as directly, right? That graduate school is training you to be rational, thoughtful, critical, self-reflective, right? And I do indeed think that scientists are better at this than the average person, just because they've had multiple years of training, and that training and your mentor saying, okay, we have to think about this more, right? This is not sounding right. We've got to think of other possible explanations. Again, just that practice helps, right? Another really big thing I think is so important, and it's not just me, I think everybody in this room would agree, science is a process, right? And again, the example of COVID and the response of our medical system and scientists to that challenge is an example of that. Think about how much it has changed in just the last 2 years, our approach to COVID. Because remember, in the beginning, we were really unsure, and there were all these debates. Oh my gosh, how is it being transferred out? Transmitted, I should say. But I mean, it's quite clear that science, as it should, went along this idea of the process, and it figured out how to better handle it. And we're still doing it, of course, right? Of course, a big part of it is the vaccine, right? We were just very lucky that we already had, 10+ years worth of work on SARS viruses, right? Because if this virus had been something totally different, we wouldn't be doing this, right? I don't think so anyway. Yeah, so yeah, we were just very lucky that science had that 10+ years already into that research. Yeah. And obviously, when we think about science as a process, not only do we have to kind of accept to ourselves that we have to be willing to allow changes to occur, that it's not black and white. It's not the Disney brain. That's what the public wants. They want us to come up with a solution in perfection, right? But it doesn't work that way. And we try to help them understand that, but it's hard, right? It's hard. You're going against a natural human brain. And obviously, from our side as the scientists, this leads to this idea of perseverance, right? Patience, just keep doing the work, right? I wish I could say that any of us could make it easier for anybody else. I don't see how that works, right? We just have to keep trying, right? All right. In the end, I mean, what's the goal? Prioritize science and scientific training. And I think this is true certainly at the graduate level, but also the undergraduate level, because many undergraduates are just going to go out, they're not going to become scientists. But if we can get them trained, then hopefully they can become more thoughtful, critical thinking citizens, right? That would be a big part of the goal, right? Thinking about science gives us this idea of a way to understand our world, but to recognize that science is a process and it tends to self-correct, right? Scientists make mistakes too, right? Scientists have wrong theories too. but self-correction, it's kind of built into the system, right? That's what we do. And then finally, I took it's not a great picture, but it's a picture of a poster I have in my lab. It's basically showing the journey. And I think about this in terms of science, where there's many ways to go wrong, the river of failure and stuff like that. And notice that you can't really see it, but there's a sign here saying shortcut, which leads you down into the river of failure. I like that one for scientists as well. But eventually you reach the top and success, of course, if you keep trying, et cetera, et cetera. And I do think that's science, right? We just keep trying. Yeah. And there aren't really shortcuts. And often when we try shortcuts, it doesn't work. Yeah. So yeah. That's what I got for you guys. I don't know what time it is. I know we were a little bit behind, but hopefully we're doing pretty good in terms of your timing. Yeah, we're doing okay. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you. So that's what I got for you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And I think they actually have a Q&A session, just if anybody has any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Phil.
Sure.
Testing. 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 Can you hear me?
No, that one doesn't seem to be working.
Can this one work too? Testing.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. We are at.
Yeah, there's no obvious clock in here. Is there?
Yeah, we can ask a couple questions here. We got some time,
Yeah.
so who wants to get us started?
Sure. Hey, Winston. Thank you. He's coming, I think, with your microphone. There you go. Because they have people on.
Thanks for the great presentation, Dr. Pilcher, and thanks for putting into words how my brain works, fleeting rationality.
Yeah, I like that
it.
term, right? Yeah.
But that's a question. You have strategies for us or for our students and to kind of how to minimize the fleeting rationality part of our brains and help us focus better
Yeah.
in all this world of distraction.
I mean, I wish I had a great answer for that. I mean, or for myself as well. I think that the problem is that this is a side effect of the human brain. And yes, we can be rational, but it takes energy and constant effort. And so, of course, we get tired, so we quit doing it. Yeah. I do think that the best thing you could do, and I had that in one of the slides, is to just make it a habit to challenge your own thoughts. I think that's the answer. And it's really by asking yourself questions like, what else do I need to know? Why do I think this? Right? And that's those kind of questions. Basically, when you ask yourself many of those what and why questions, it doesn't always work, but often when you do that, you're engaging that more rational approach to the situation. And when you can remind yourself that this is just my view, or what story did I make up about this, and what else do I need to know to either support that story or maybe to modify it, right, as necessary, because that's what scientists do. Yeah. I wish I had a better answer. I just don't think there is. Yeah, I really don't. I mean, this is something that, when I was at you guys' age for graduate school, nobody was talking about this kind of stuff. It's much more recent in the literature and stuff in psychology that we've gotten into this stuff. And I find it fascinating and accurate. Yeah. So I hope that helps a little bit. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you got one over here. We'll bring the microphone. Yeah.
Great presentation, Dr. Pilcher.
Thank you. Yeah.
A question for you. There's lots of disinformation out there right now. How do scientists counter that? I mean, birds aren't real. There's no climate change, that type of thing.
Yeah, again, no easy answer to that, obviously, and I suspect you weren't expecting an easy answer, right? I do think that it's just the never-ending effort on the scientist side to keep providing the better, more accurate information, to keep reminding people that science is a process and that they have to expect us to make mistakes and self-correct. We're only human, right? It's not like there's some magic involved here, right? And I think that that's something, I mean, I can tell you that over the years when I've talked to friends, I've had friends tell me, can't you ever just take a stand? And I'm like, it's really hard. As scientists, we're taught, not to jump to conclusions, right? And that's what they want. They want us to jump to conclusions. And then that black and white, right? To jump to only the right conclusion, and you're always the puppies and never Cruella de Vil. Yeah. I wish there were easier answers to this. I just don't think there are. I think that as scientists, I do think very strongly that it's our responsibility to keep sharing and keep talking about the ideas that we're working on, and even like the ideas that I chose to cover today, right? Because it's important for people to know this and to be constantly reminded of it. Because again, the brain is essentially lazy, and if we're not careful, it will just revert to the easy storytelling, hanging on for dear life, route, and not question it. I wish it was different. Yeah.
All right, we got time for one more question.
Thanks, Dr. Pilcher.
Thank you.
Corey Kaltmoff from Public Health Sciences.
Hi.
First, I just want to say I love listening to you. And I
Thanks.
just think you're a very dynamic speaker, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm curious, and this may be more of a personal advice question, but how, in your experience, have you found good conversation partners with people who think differently than you? Like, have you been able to apply your work in your own life, and how do you seek out and develop relationships with people who have different opinions so that you can have the hard conversations and even let somebody else challenge how you think about things?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Really interesting question. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's easy. I think that we all have opportunities to talk to, in the case of science, like to talk to non-scientists. And I hope that everybody will do that as they progress through their scientific careers. And in those cases, when I do that, I'm fairly cautious in terms of, and like I mentioned, that people say, just take a stand. And I'm like, no, let me explain to you why that scientists don't want to do that, right? We want to talk about the limitations to some idea, right? And not just say this idea is right, but we could say, we think this idea is right, but there are limitations to this idea. And people, the average non-scientist, I think, struggles with that. And again, I think that's the Disney brain, right? The Disney brain just wants the answer. Just tell me the answer and don't give me all this other stuff, right? And I get that. And then I'll try to explain to them that in general, this is what we think. As scientists, this is what we think. But we do have concerns, and there is debate, right? And that's another thing I'll say. There is scientific debate, right? And that's just the way it is. That's what science does, is we debate ideas. I do think that there are times, in my honest opinion, where there are some people that are so set in their ways and so set with their opinions and their story that they will not listen no matter what we say, right? And I honestly, my personal opinion, and that will differ from scientist to scientist for sure, but my personal opinion is I don't want to fight with people about some of this stuff. That's also not my job. Nobody's paying me to fight with them. And it makes me very unhappy to fight with people. So I don't want to do it. And in those cases, I just back away, to tell you the truth. I do. And it's certainly part of my personality that that idea, I take it very seriously, that idea of choose our battles, right? And in those situations, I don't think that's a wise battle, right? I just don't see the point of it. Their ideas or their story, I will never change their story or their idea. They are the only ones that could change their story. And it's hard to do. You guys know this already. It's hard to change a story we have in our head, whether that's a story about COVID or a story about a political system, which, boy, does our society have a lot of political stories going on, right? It doesn't matter. People, if they're too far gone, and I talk to undergraduates about this a lot, and I use the political system as an example, that in our system, no matter which side you're on, the Republican side or the Democratic side, if they're way out there, they can't even see the middle anymore. It's too far gone, right? And no matter how much we around that middle point or wherever we are on the spectrum try to talk to them about it, they just cannot see it. And as I point out to the students, to me, what that means is we need to try to encourage ourselves to be more in the middle. And I'm not saying never take a side, because we have to take sides, right? But to be more toward the middle than the extremes. Whereas at least the more toward the middle you are, at least you could see the other sides, right? It's really hard to see the other side if you're way, way out there, right? Yeah. Let's not get into politics. So yeah. But hopefully that helps a little bit. I mean, again, no real answers, right? These are all really good questions without really good answers. Sorry about that. Yeah, I wish I had better answers for you. I wish I had better answers for myself, right? I just think this is human nature, and it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to battle human nature. Yeah.
All right. Thank
Are we
you.
right on time?
Let's give one more warm welcome for Dr. June Pilcher.
Thank you, guys.
For joining us this
Thank you.
morning. That was awesome.
Thanks.
All right. So we are going to take a 5-minute break and then
So we
jump
are
right
right on
into
time.
our first session of contestants. We ask that if you are a judge, if you could please come to the front of the room and we will get you situated with an iPad. And I will see you guys at 10:17. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and kick this competition off. So, first up, we have Nava Pudyal. Nava is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. Kimberly Paul in the Department of Genetics and Biochemistry in the College of Science. And today, he's going to be talking to us about African trypanosomes need fat to armor themselves against the host. So just so some of the participants here are aware, the top button here is the laser. And we lost your audio. So the top button on this laser, on this pointer, if I can get it to work, is the laser pointer. It has a little bit of a delay. You can also point it at that little screen in front of you there. Anyways, but good luck and let's.
So does this change? Testing. Okay, good morning, everybody for coming here. I'm Nava Poder. I'm going to talk about African trypanosomes. So first starting with sleeping sickness, it's not the lack of sleep in graduate student life, but it is actual disease that is caused by a parasite called Trypanosoma brucei. You can see the patients of the African sleeping sickness here, and the parasite also causes a disease in cattle called Nagana, that is a wasting disease that causes loss of weight in the animal. The parasite completes its life cycle in two hosts, human. I'm going to talk about the parasite that lives in the bloodstream of the human, and it completes its life cycle by transmitting through the tsetse fly. It's an insect vector that is found in the sub-Saharan region of Africa. So this disease is one of the neglected tropical disease, and it is endemic in the sub-Saharan Africa. African trypanosomes, they are covered with a surface coat that is made of a protein called variant surface glycoprotein. You can see the proteins, they are anchored to the cell surface by a fatty acid. These fatty acids, they act like the laces in the armor to hold the armor in correct position and orientation. These proteins, they are important for the parasite because it helps them to evade the host immune response. There are two well-known mechanisms of immune evasion strategy of the parasite. There are about 2,500 different genes that the parasite uses to make the surface proteins, and it expresses only one protein at a time. So when our body identifies the protein, then the parasite changes the surface coat and makes a new protein that is not identified by the existing pool of antibodies. So this process goes on, and if untreated, the patient dies. And because of this property, because it can change the surface coat, attempts to make vaccines against the parasite has not been successful. So only treatment after infection is the only way to get rid of the disease. And there's another well-known mechanism called rapid endocytosis. So if there is antibody or anything bound to the protein, then the parasite internalizes the protein, it takes inside, it breaks all the antibodies, and then recycles the protein back. So it has two well-known mechanisms of immune evasion strategy. So my research question is, what is the role of fatty acid synthesis in the dynamics of VSG? We have hypothesized that decreasing the production of fatty acid synthesis in the parasite reduces its ability to cause disease. So to test this hypothesis, we have made a genetically modified parasite that has reduced ability to produce fatty acids, and then I use those genetically modified parasites for different experiments. So this data shows the nutrient uptake mechanism in the parasite. In black, you can see the normal parasite, and in white, you can see the genetically modified parasite. On day 9, the parasite loses its ability to uptake nutrients. So transferrin uptake is essential for the parasite to take iron, and then the dextran is to take sugar molecules. So this data shows that after 9 days, the parasite lose their ability to uptake nutrients that is essential for them. In the second data set, you can see I have labeled the protein on the surface, and then I track those proteins at different time point. So this experiment is called Western blot that helps to identify specific protein. And here is the control that I use. And after 3 different experiments, in blue you can see the normal parasite, and in orange you can see the genetically modified parasites. So the surface protein of the parasite is going down faster compared to the normal parasite. So this shows that when we reduce the fatty acid synthesis in the parasite, then the parasite loses the surface protein faster. And in another set of experiment, we did mouse model of infection. So here you can see in blue immunocompromised mice that has no immune response. And in red, you can see the normal mice that has active immune response. And dotted lines show the normal parasite that was inoculated on the mice. And the dotted lines show the genetically modified parasite that was inoculated into the mice. So all the immunocompromised mice, they die pretty fast. And also the normal mice that has been infected with the normal parasite, they die pretty fast. But the normal mice that we infected with the genetically modified parasites, they lived longer, suggesting that fatty acid synthesis is essential for the parasite to have its disease-causing ability. And if we take away the fatty acid synthesis pathway, if we block the fatty acid synthesis pathway, then the parasite's ability to cause disease decreases. So my conclusion from these experiments is that fatty acid synthesis is important for the parasite to anchor the armor protein, the surface protein on the surface, and it is also essential for the parasite to take nutrients from the environment, and also it decreases the parasite's ability to cause the disease. So why do we care? Why am I doing all these experiments? So it is known in the field that fatty acid producing machinery in the parasite is different than that we have in our body. So the currently available drugs are expensive, they are toxic, and they are less effective. So this fatty acid synthesis machinery could be a potential drug target so that we can make newer, effective, and safe drugs so that does not affect the host themselves. And with this, I want to end my talk. I want to thank my advisor, Dr. Kimberly Paul, my committee members, my lab members, and our funding agencies. And I'm happy. I thank you all for coming, and then I'm happy to take any questions.
Give the judges another moment to wrap up their scores, and we will lead into our next contestant. All right. Okay, so this brings us to our next contestant. Next up, we have Alec Gonzalez. Alec is a PhD student under the advisement of Dr. Jackie Cha in the Department of Industrial Engineering in the College of Engineering, Computing, and Applied Sciences. And today, he's going to be talking to us about identifying optimal training tasks and scheduling times to improve robotic-assisted surgery.
Hi, can y'all hear me? Hi. Okay. Well, thank you for that introduction, Nick. And so thank you guys all for coming today. And so before we get into the training aspect of my talk, I'd like to first introduce y'all to what robotic surgery is. Essentially, we have these surgeons who sit at this console where they control these robotic arms to perform the procedure. And in recent years, there's been an increased prevalence in this procedures because of the benefits it has for the patients as well as the surgeons, where the patients will see fewer complications and shorter recovery times, and the surgeons will see improved ergonomics as well as visualizations. And so because of these benefits, there has been an increase in the amount of robotic surgery procedures, where as of 2018, they accounted for around 50% of all procedures, which is around a 13% increase from 6 years prior. And so because of this shift to these new technologies, it has led to a subsequent shift in training paradigms for robotic surgery. And so robotic surgery has some unique challenges in that it has to appeal to both medical residents as well as expert surgeons who have no prior robotic surgery experience. And so typically this is done through several different avenues where there is knowledge-based training, skill-based training, which is done through some sort of simulator, as well as these trainees getting in the OR and observing these procedures themselves before eventually assisting with these procedures and performing the procedures on their own under the guidance of a mentor. And so even though there's all these avenues for robotic surgery and there's all these benefits, robotic surgery training is complicated. And that's because we want to make sure that whenever these surgeons hop out of these training curriculums, they're not just competent at those procedures, but they are proficient. In the same way that a high schooler who just got their license has shown they're competent at driving, they may not be as proficient as someone who's been on the road for 30 plus years. And so the reasons why robotic surgery is so messy is because A, the instructors who are typically surgeons are naturally busy with their daily operations and procedures, and the medical residents are capped at 80-hour work week, meaning that they have to learn 80 hours worth of content as well as new emerging technologies such as robotic surgery, which sort of leads to this trade-off between the demands of the tasks that these trainees have to undergo as well as the capacity for how much information they can actually absorb during these training sessions. And as it stands right now, there is no standardized training for robotic surgery, where depending on the institution's resources, some of these residents begin the credentialing process from the first day of the residency, where others won't see these systems until the more senior years in the program. And further from that, these institutions' credentialing pathways all differ from one another. And of course, everybody learns things at different rates depending on their own characteristics and the task demands. And so if all these components are the ingredients that go into robotic surgery training, our study is this blender in where, as it stands right now, we can't change these components that go into training. Rather, our study focuses on how these components are mixed in order to improve patient care and safety. And so ultimately, the goal of our study is to create an adaptive training decision support system where we consider all these components as well as the workload capacity these individuals undergo. Additionally, with that, their task sequencing, where we would prioritize the tasks that these trainees need the most, depending on their own characteristics, as well as the scheduling intervals, and where we would recommend when these trainees should come in for these sessions. However, for our current work, we really wanted to focus on the scheduling aspect to make sure we got that component down before we started considering the additional task sequencing component. However, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is to create custom training that is personalized for the individual. And so our study uses a previously published data set from RPI, where we had 8 medical residents and students perform robotic surgery on a robotic surgery simulator. And in between these sessions, we gathered their workload performance via an eye tracker, as well as the performance on these training exercises. And so with these, we hope to create a personalized training scheme to improve skill retention and performance. And so we accomplished this through an adaptive Bayesian algorithm that considered the participants' learning curve, which is how much information they retain from training session to training session, as well as their forgetting curve, which is how quickly they forget information as time progresses. And so we fitted this model with parameters like our cognitive workload, their performance on these exercises, as well as the training session intervals. And so here is the output of what our model looks like, where the blue line represents their forgetting and the vertical orange represents their learning. However, the part that we really want to focus on was the area underneath, which represents their attention. And so here, if we can see, look at participant A, we can see that there's already a difference in performance between training sessions for the individual. However, once we start comparing individuals, we can see there is another difference where participant B off the bat performed better than participant A at a different training task at a different scheduling interval. And so this difference is what emphasizes the need for personalized training for each individual due to their needs and requirements. And so this change between the individuals is even further exacerbated as we look at training sessions. And so currently, this is iterative work that will hopefully improve as we continue to add factors such as our task sequencing, where soon, through our friends at Prisma, we hope to implement this adaptive decision support system into their training curriculum to see if it does offer improved scores for these individuals. However, taking a step back from robotic surgery, if this decision support system works for something as complicated as robotic surgery, it may be translatable to other disciplines such as aviation or other areas of healthcare where proper training is critical, because no matter what the domain, optimized training will not only benefit the trainee, but ultimately the community that they serve. And so real quick, I'd love to give a huge shout out to our collaborators in the Operations Research Department, as this was collaborative work, as well as our friends in Prisma. And finally, the GRADS Committee for giving me the opportunity to present my research to you guys today. Thank y'all.
And we will move into our next contestant, Leah Holcomb. This brings us to our next contestant. Up next, we have Leah Holcomb. Leah is a doctoral student in applied health research and evaluation under the advisement of Dr. Rachel, Department of Public Health Sciences in the College of Behavioral, Social, and Health Sciences. And today, she's going to be talking to us about understanding provider perspectives towards a palliative approach to caring for newborns with neonatal abstinence syndrome.
Does this work? Oh, okay, cool. I have a timer, like, okay, sorry. Good morning. So I'm sure everyone here knows about how damaging the opioid epidemic has been in the United States. But something you might not have thought of is what happens when a young woman who is addicted to opioids becomes pregnant. Today, I'm going to talk about how impactful this is on our most vulnerable population of newborns in the United States. And so this phenomenon is also often referred to as a disease called neonatal abstinence syndrome. This occurs when a newborn who is exposed to opioids in utero, so while the mom is pregnant, experiences the withdrawal symptomology after they're delivered within 24 to 72 hours. Some of the common symptoms include tremors, seizures, and especially heightened sensitivity to noise and light. And some of the common treatments include swaddling, skin-to-skin contact with the mom or a nurse, and then especially minimal stimulation from noise and sound. And some newborns can even be given pharmacological therapies. So they're given a medication that helps with opioid weaning. So currently, there's no standard of care for treating neonatal abstinence syndrome. However, our program, MAIN, or Managing Abstinence in Newborns, has the goal of providing coordinated and compassionate care to babies who are born with NAS. So there's 4 key components. The first is that we give a prenatal consult with moms so they understand the risks of NAS and understand the complications that can occur with it. Then they're given the option to room in the hospitals in the newborn unit with the moms and the babies. Some infants, at the provider's discretion, are given early treatment with a medication. Particularly, we use methadone in our study, if it's indicated. And finally, they're monitored in the hospital for a short time period and then actually put on an outpatient weaning protocol rather than staying in the hospital for an extended period of time. And so we know that this study works and this project works very well in a high acuity setting, such as a large academic medical center like Greenville Memorial. However, our goal is to understand, how does this project work in different hospitals throughout the state? So currently, we're in the process of expanding to 7 hospitals throughout South Carolina, and our goal is to evaluate 100 babies using the MAIN program. And so our study design is actually a mixed methods design, and I'm going to talk about 2 types of data that we're collecting. The first is qualitative data that we actually get at the baseline interviews at each hospital we visit. And the second is the medical outcomes data that we collect once each hospital has cared for 6 newborns with the MAIN protocol. Ultimately, our goal is to compare and relate these findings to understand how has MAIN impacted the care and outcomes for babies in South Carolina who are born with NAS. And so to do this, we're doing an evaluative study. And so the evaluation is a little bit different than research. Our goal is to see, can we take this research study, these findings, and actually implement them in different settings throughout the state? And so to do this, we're using a framework called CFIR, or the Consolidated Framework for Implementation Research. And so what we do with this is take that initial intervention that was developed at Greenville for babies born in Greenville. We work with clinicians at each new hospital that we visit to understand what are the perceived benefits and the perceived barriers of using this model in their care, and then ultimately identify the changes that were necessary to make this a successful implementation process at each setting. And so during this time period, we go to each different hospital, we do baseline interviews with important staff members to understand what do they think is going to be most important during this implementation process. And so after we get all of these interviews, we qualitatively code them to understand what are the important things we see recurring over and over with different providers. And so the first is that overall, there's a genuine lack of community support for pregnant women with substance use disorders. And this is compounded by the fact there's a lack of compassionate and informed care being given to these women and their newborns with NAS. Oftentimes, community providers were not involved either prenatally or postnatally in the care being given, which puts a significantly added strain on the hospitals to care for these babies, often for extended periods of time, up to 30 or 40 days. Finally, mothers with substance use disorders desperately need education and support for these problems. However, what we found was that nurses in particular were very excited by the evidence-based practices and education that MAIN provides. As you can see here, a nurse doing skin-to-skin contact with a newborn with NAS. So on the other side, we wanted to examine what are some of the medical outcomes of these newborns. And what we found when we compared a population of newborns born at expansion hospitals here with a population born at Greenville Memorial, we found on average, if they weren't doing as well as the hospitals, some were even doing better than the original population of newborns. Particularly, they had less overall weight loss than the original population, improved NAS scores, their NAS symptomology was not as bad, and they had reduced outpatient wean length time. Why does this matter? Ultimately, our study showed that education and evidence-based practices are some of the most important components to take into a new project in a hospital or a healthcare setting. We know that working with staff and working with our healthcare stakeholders is going to be extremely important to a successful program. And that adoption of MAIN resulted in both shorter hospital stays and better bonding for both moms and babies, as well as improved medical outcomes for those babies, and ultimately lower costs to Medicaid, as we estimate on average each MAIN baby saved Medicaid about $40,000 per NAS birth. So ultimately, our project shows that compassionate and evidence-based care for caring for newborns with NAS is going to be the most impactful and most important things to improving NAS care throughout South Carolina.
All right. Thank you, Leah. We are going to give the judges another moment to wrap up their scores. And our next contestant will be Joseph Bentor. All right. This brings us to our next contestant. Up next, we have Joseph Bentor. Joseph is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. Zhengchun Zhuan in the Department of Mechanical Engineering in the College of Engineering, Computing, and Applied Sciences. And today, he's going to be talking to us about the effects of fluid rheology on high-depth particle manipulation in constriction and post-array microchannels. Okay, Joseph, the floor is yours, and good luck.
Thank you. So thank you for attending my presentation on the effects of fluid rheology on IDP particle manipulation and constriction and post-array channels. First off, I know it's a lot of big words, but let's just imagine the relevance of being able to manipulate particles suspended in a fluid. For example, microbiologists manipulating or sorting particles into their various sizes and properties, like particles and cells suspended in blood or other biological fluids. That's the essence of this research. So fluids can be categorized in Newtonian and non-Newtonian fluids based on their ability to vary viscosity being their resistance to flow as they flow. Most popular example of Newtonian fluids is water, and non-Newtonian fluids are a bunch of them, like blood, saliva, other biological fluids, condiments that we use in hot dogs, like ketchup, mustard, honey. All these things are non-Newtonian fluids. And the two properties that categorize them are elasticity, that's the fluid's ability to stretch, and shear thinning or thickening. Shear thinning being the fluid getting less resistance to flow as it flows, and shear thickening means it's getting more resistance to flow as it flows. Fluids that we'll be using for this study are mostly shear thinning. And we are using four fluids, basically. Newtonian fluid is to set the baseline for comparison purposes. We have a polyethylene oxide, which is a mildly elastic fluid with weak shear thinning effect. Xanthan gum, strongly shear thinning with no elasticity. It's a fluid used as an additive in foods, processed foods, polyacrylamide, strongly elastic with shear thinning effect. It's used in a lot of cosmetic products out there. And blood, as a shear thinning fluid, has shear thinning effects that lies between xanthan gum and polyacrylamide. Technically, it will sit between this green and blue line, blood. Another big word in the introduction is IDP, which stands for insulator-based dielectrophoresis. So when electric field is applied to fluids with particles suspended in them, it's going to cause it to move. And this term of transport is called electrokinesis, not what Professor Xavier uses in X-Men to control things with his mind, but that is what it technically is. And in cases where you have a non-uniform electric field, you're going to have higher electric field intensities and lower electric field intensities. And this is going to cause the particles to move according to the gradient. So with this force, that is what is called a dielectrophoresis, we're able to manipulate particles. If this non-uniform electric field is as a result of insulating structures, then we have insulator-based dielectrophoresis. And this allows us to do a variety of manipulations like sorting, focusing, and patterning, and a combination of them too. For this experiment, we are basing our study on 2 channels. We have a constriction channel, simple channel, helps us establish basic understanding. And then we broaden the scope of study when we use a post-array microchannel, which has a lot of constrictions. Focusing occurs as the reduction of particle stream width as particles exit the constriction. And trapping is basically a case where particles are not made to go through the constriction. So focusing can allow us to be able to direct particles to a special reservoir for observation. And trapping just keeps the particle at one place so you can just look at them and observe them, right? Both the microchannels have diameters that can be likened to the strand of a hair to something like the diameter of a surgical suture, right? And they are made of bonding silicon-based material with a glass slide. Particles have a diameter of 10 microns and are observed under a microscope. And we limit the electric fields to allow for our research to be applicable in biological fields because high electric fields will kill cells. Right? So for our results, we have the Newtonian and PEO showing similar trends with increasing particle focusing. As you can see, the particle stream width is decreasing. That's the dark area, decreasing as electric field is increased until trapping is achieved. There's only a slightly reduced IDP effect in the PEO, and this can be blamed on the elasticity of PEO. We also see that in these videos, there's the lack of transfer of particles across streams, which in previous literature is suggested as an indication of flow stability. Okay. PAA and XG kind of surprised us. So we have some instabilities in there. PAA shows high enhancements in IDP in the constriction, and in the more complex channel, it showed a reduced IDP effect with with particles coagulating the 200 volts threshold and 300 volts threshold. We also see circulations, and this coagulation actually can be considered a manipulation technique that we can do further research on. We also see circulations in the XG channel, and as seen in the video below, we see circulations downstream of the constriction, which can also be considered subsequently a manipulation technique, not based on DEP, but just based on the shear thinning of the fluid. We also see the transfer of particles across streams, an indication of the instability that we see in the more complex channel. So in conclusion, we can say mildly viscoelasticity, as seen in the PEO, has little or to no effect in manipulation of particles when compared to the Newtonian solution. However, strong effects of shear thinning individually or in a combination with significant elasticity have significant effects on IDP manipulation of particles. And polymer structure plays a complex role when you see the circulations and the coagulation of particles in PAA and XG. In future work, we hope to advance numerical modeling for flow and particle manipulation in non-Newtonian fluids, because non-Newtonian fluids have an unpredictable aspect to them because of their varying viscosity. And also, we intend to explore how higher voltages can be used in particle manipulation in non-Newtonian fluids. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joseph. So that brings us to our second intermission. Whoops. So we are a little behind time, so we are going to shorten this intermission to 7 minutes, and we will resume at 11:02. All right, if everyone could get back to their seats, we are going to go ahead and get started here in the next minute. Really? Oh my gosh. So funny. Okay, so our next contestant to kick off this session is Shui-Ting Wang. Shui-Ting is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. Eric Davis in the Department of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering in the College of Engineering, Computing, and Applied Sciences. And today, she's going to be talking to us about sulfonated ionomer nanocomposites for use in vanadium redox flow battery. Give us a mic check. Mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yep. All right. Good luck, Shui-Ting.
Thank you. So hello, my name is Shui-Ting Wang, and today I'm going to talk about sulfonated ionomer nanocomposites for use in vanadium redox flow batteries. So as we can see that with the intensive energy consumption and the environment problems, it has been witnessed that in the past years, the usage of renewable energy has increased. So here we can say that the usage of renewable energy has increased around 200% since 1980. And if we take a further look at the breakdown of renewable energy power generation capacity to 2050 under prediction, we can say that the United States is one of the countries that have the highest power generation capacity. So we can even foresee the increasing dependency on renewable energy in the coming decades. So with these, a lot of researches have been done for optimizing the renewable energy technologies. However, regardless of this effort, there are some still issues about the renewable energy. So here, solar energy, ocean energy, or wind energy, we can say they are not that stable and predictable. So to solve this issue, we have to develop scalable energy storage technologies to assure the consistent dispatch of energy. So here is a power duration diagram of energy storage system. So here you can see the yellow area is the redox flow battery. So we can see the operating window of this battery is quite large. And the other advantage of this is that redox flow battery has a really high efficiency. So specifically, vanadium redox flow battery is quite promising due to its long cycle life and flexible design. So with these kind of technologies, we can actually make sure that we can have consistent supply of energy to grid. So different than the lithium battery that we have on our phone or our laptop, so the vanadium redox flow battery, it has two liquid electrolytes. So here at the center, we can see there is a membrane. It also works as a separator to separate the cross-mixing between those two different liquid electrolytes. This is quite important because we don't want cross-contamination from those two different electrolytes that will kill our battery. And if we take a closer look at the membrane, we can see that the proton exchange membrane not only works as a separator, it also works as a membrane that facilitates proton transport. So this is a really important component for the battery system, as we can say that PEM can account for 40% of the total cost of the battery. So traditionally, lithium is the material that people use for this PEM material, but this is quite expensive. So recently, sulfonated polyether ether ketone has been proposed to work as PEM here. And if we take a look at the price between them, we can say that polyether ether ketone is quite cheap, and we can have comparable conductivity as lithium has. So to fabricate the membrane for the battery system, we would like to have high proton conductivity and low vanadium ion permeability. So the proton conductivity is actually like how fast we can charge and discharge our batteries. And we want that to be high. And for the vanadium ion crossover rate, we would like that to be low to ensure that we can have a longer lifetime for our batteries. If we can achieve these two goals at the same time, we will have improved proton selectivity. So this will directly give us a better performance on our batteries. So to reduce the vanadium ion crossover rate, a lot of researchers have introduced the nanoparticles into the polymer matrix as a nanofiller to reduce the vanadium ion crossover rate. However, the issue here is that this reduction on vanadium ion crossover rate is based on the cost of your reduced proton conductivity. That means you have to sacrifice your conductivity. So in the previous work of our group, we have found that when we introduce nanoparticles with a lot of hydroxyl groups, we can decrease the permeability, and we don't have to sacrifice the conductivity that much. So we were thinking probably adding something with hydroxyl groups in the polymers. And different than the traditional nanoparticles, here we used lignin, which is a biomass. So this is a waste product from the paper and the pulp industry. So there are around 50 million tons of lignin every year from those industries. And 99% of those lignin were just burned off. So if we can use this, we can add value to these biopolymers. So if we take a look at the structure of the lignin, we can say that it has tons of hydroxyl group there, which means they are functionalized by the nature. So I'd also like to mention, lignin is way cheaper compared with the traditional nanoparticles here. So the issue here with lignin is they're quite dirty and heterogeneous. So here at Clemson, we have access to the unique alpha process from TIS group. And from here, we can get lignin with the molecular weight that we want, and they're pretty clean. And here is my nomenclature. I applied both low molecular weight and high molecular weight lignin in my polymer. And here is the concentration of that. I have varied from 5 to 25 mass%. So here is the result. The dashed line is the data for the pure speak without any lignin. And we can see that with the introduction of lignin, the permeability just decreased so significantly. And what's more, if we take a further look at our proton conductivity, here you can see for some of our samples, the conductivity is even higher than the pure speak, which is quite incredible and impressive, as I mentioned earlier. Because when we reduce this with nanofiller, we have to sacrifice our conductivity. But here, we increase the conductivity. And all this will give us a really good proton selectivity. So you can see the dashed line is for the neat speak. And with the introduction of lignin, we actually made a really good proton selectivity here. And if we further compare these three systems, so we can say that we have a higher conductivity for our lignin speak nanocomposite with a significantly reduced vanadium ion permeability. And if we go further, compare the cost, it will take me around 120 to have a membrane at this size. But at the same size, I only need $5 to have the lignin speak membranes. And we even have a better property here. So with this, I'd like to conclude that this work can provide strategies to provide cost-effective proton exchange membranes, and that reduced price can further reduce the price of our batteries. And the reduce of the price of all those things can further contribute to the usage of the renewable energy. And at the end, I'd like to say thank you to my group and to our collaborators. And thank you.
All right. Thank you, Shui Ting. We are going to give the judges another moment to wrap up their scores, and we will move into our next contestant, Vishal. All right. This brings us to our next contestant. Up next, we have Vishal Van Manjunatha. Vishal is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. Shuping Zhan in the Department of Food, Nutrition, and Packaging Sciences in the College of Agriculture, Forestry, and Life Sciences. And today, he's going to be talking to us about Nigella sativa, black cumin, as an antibiotic alternative in poultry. The floor is yours, Vishal, and good luck.
One disease alone in the poultry industry causes $6 billion economic damage worldwide. Necrotic enteritis is one such disease characterized by patches of dying tissue inside the intestines of chickens, referred to as necrotic lesions, and is caused by the bacteria Clostridium perfringens. The side effects of such dying tissue leads to intestinal trauma and severe stress. Anyone who has had a stomach ulcer can relate to that kind of discomfort. No wonder, necrotic enteritis leads to high death rate and poor growth in chickens. Currently, antibiotics are commonly used for disease prevention in the poultry industry. By a show of hands, how many of you are comfortable with antibiotics in your chicken meat? As the majority of us agree, we are not comfortable with antibiotics. So there is an increasing demand for antibiotic-free products, and the emergence of antibiotic-resistant bacteria stresses the need to explore natural products as alternative. Bacteria develop antibiotic resistance when they defeat the drugs which were designed to kill them. Therefore, there is an urgent need to explore natural products as alternatives to antibiotics in the poultry industry. My research provides such an alternative. Nigella sativa, commonly known as black cumin, is an annual flowering plant with a pungent nutty smell and a bitter taste. Black cumin has been used in folk medicine for over 2,000 years to treat various diseases owing to its antimicrobial properties. There have been numerous studies which have evaluated the growth performance properties of black cumin, but to date, no studies have looked at the disease prevention properties of black cumin in poultry. Thus, my research goal is to determine the optimal concentrations of black cumin oil, which could be incorporated in poultry feed to combat the intestinal disease in chickens. Initially, the disease-causing bacteria was grown and the culture was standardized. And the culture was spread on the nutrient media, after which black cumin oil was added onto blank discs and the discs were placed on the nutrient media. The plates were incubated and zone of no growth was recorded. So higher the zone of no growth, higher is the antibacterial activity. The antibacterial activity results showed that product 1 exhibited the highest antibacterial activity against the disease-causing bacteria. Hence, product 1 was chosen for an animal trial. In the animal trial, on day 0, chickens were purchased and distributed randomly into cages, and the disease-causing bacteria, which is C. perfringens CP6, which is a field isolate of the disease, was inoculated. Black cumin seed oil was supplemented into diets of different concentration. At the end of 28 days of the animal trial, disease outcomes were measured, growth performance was monitored, and microbial analysis in the intestines were done. Looking at the experimental design, there are 6 treatments, 3 control groups and 3 treatments under investigation. Excluding negative control, all the treatments received the disease-causing bacteria. It was inoculated. The antibiotic control which was used was the bacitracin methylene disalicylate, 50 gram per ton, which is the commercially used antibiotic in poultry industry. The treatments under investigation were black cumin seed oil of concentrations 1, 2, and 5 ml per kg. Each treatment had 8 cages, and each cage had 8 chickens in them. Looking at the growth performance at the end of 28 days, in terms of feed intake, black cumin seed oil of concentrations 1, 2, and 5 ml per kg did not have a significant impact on growth, and it was similar to that of the antibiotic control. Looking at the body weight gain, again, the results were similar. Black cumin seed oil of concentrations 1, 2, and 5 ml per kg did not have a significant impact on growth and was similar to the antibiotic control. Feed conversion, which is the ratio of feed intake to weight gain, also showed similar results, wherein black cumin seed oil of concentrations 2 and 5 ml per kg showed similar results as the antibiotic control. Overall, from the growth performance results, we can conclude that black cumin did not have a significant impact on growth performance, but it was similar to that of the antibiotic control. Looking at the NE score refers to the intestinal scarring in chickens. The intestinal scarring is measured on a score of 0 to 3, with 0 being normal and 3 being severely damaged intestine. Black cumin seed oil of concentrations 1, 2, and 5 ml per kg significantly reduce the intestinal scarring in chickens. Similarly, than any mortality, the death rate was also significantly reduced by black cumin seed oil of concentrations 2 ml and 5 ml per kg. They perform the best. In microbial analysis, there was no significant difference in terms of total bacterial counts between the treatments. However, there was a decrease in the disease-causing bacteria concentrations in the intestines of the chickens with increasing concentrations of black cumin oil. In conclusion, basically, I can state that 2 ml and 5 ml per kg of black cumin oil significantly reduced the intestinal scarring and death rate in chickens without impacting the growth performance. Further, there was a decline in the concentrations of the disease-causing bacteria in the intestines. Thus, black cumin seed could be used as an alternative to antibiotics in the poultry industry. My research on black cumin highlights a natural, clean, and organic alternative. By using black cumin as an alternative, not only we could save $6 billion, but could also stop the spread of antibiotic resistance. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vishal. We'll give the judges a few moments to wrap up their scores, which will lead us into our next contestant, Roshan. Right up. Okay. So we'll do no. So this brings us to our next contestant. Up now, we have Roshan Venkatakrishnan. Roshan is a PhD student under the advisement of Dr. Sabarish Babu in the Department of Human-Centered Computing in the College of Engineering, Computing, and Applied Sciences. And today, he's going to be talking to us about using audio reverberation to compensate distance compression in virtual reality. Test your mic.
Check, 1, 2, 3. Yep.
Okay. The floor is yours, Roshan, and good luck.
Virtual reality is a relatively novel technology that allows users to be immersed in artificially generated virtual worlds. Some of examples that is being used today include education, collaborative settings, surgical training, and therapy, and Alec might vouch for that as well. Some of these applications require high degrees of accuracy and precision when it comes to perceiving distances. Contemporary VR experiences, however, continue to be plagued by this problem of mismatched distance perception, wherein users like ourselves tend to systematically underestimate distances in the virtual world. And this phenomenon is referred to as distance compression. In trying to mitigate its effects, research dictates that techniques like reducing the eye height can cause users to perceive objects as further than they actually are. And techniques like minification, wherein you cram more information of an image into the same space, is another technique that can address this problem. However, such techniques tend to be computationally expensive or just alter the experience altogether. So we were interested in, so audio reverberation, inter-audio reverberation. We wanted to attack this problem from a multimodal standpoint by playing with your audio senses. So sound waves repeatedly bounce off reflective surfaces like the ones around here until they gradually decay and reach the listener. When these reflections mix, they produce a distinctive sound field known as reverberation. How is that different from an echo? Let's take a quick listen.
Hey, 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 hey.
This is a reverb now.
Hey.
So reverberation time is the time that a sound signal persists in a given environment. So we were interested in seeing if reverberation time could be manipulated to alter how users perceive depth in the virtual world? And if this is possible, how is it different in the near and the far field? So we devised a depth judgment task for this for a number of trials. Participants encountered 2 scenes in each trial, one after the other, and each scene featured a talking virtual character. Participants had to indicate which of the 2 scenes they perceived the character to be nearer to them. We employed a 2-action forced choice within subject's design, wherein we manipulated the reverberation time at different object distances, also termed as reverberantly compensated distances. So the virtual character was placed at these different distances, and every single pair of combination of reverberation times was tested for each single object distance. We also categorized the object distance as near and far, and short and long for the reverberation times based on prior literature to see if there's a differential effect for these factors. This is what our simulation looked like when restricted to a simple two-dimensional screen. Oh.
There once was a young rat named Arthur who would never take the trouble to make up his mind. There once was a young rat named Arthur who would never take the trouble to make up his mind.
So what did participants go through? After consenting to participate in the study, we administered a standard demographics questionnaire where we probed into standard demographics questions apart from participants' experience with music and musical instruments. Following this, participants were briefed about the experience they would encounter, and then they were trained to use the controllers, which they would use in the experiment. Then they were seated and equipped with the controllers and the head-mounted display, and they performed practice trials to help themselves get situated. Following this, they actually began the experiment where they performed the task over the 110 trials, and this concluded the virtual experience, after which they engaged in semi-structured interviews where we probed into their experience, following which they were debriefed and compensated for their time and participation. This marked the end of the session. So we operationalized the correction rate, or the rate of correctness, as the ratio of the number of trials in which participants chose shorter reverberation times as nearer for a given object distance. We had 23 participants, 14 of which were female. So what did we find? We found that reverberation time influences distance perception, supported by the fact that in 76% of our trials, participants perceived shorter reverberation times as nearer for the same object distance. We also found an influence of reverberation time on distance perception for different object distances, such that the rate of correctness in the near field was significantly higher than that in the far field. We also found an influence of RT on distance perception for different reverberation times, such that the rate of correctness for shorter reverberation times was significantly higher than that for longer ones, as depicted by the graph on the right. So in other words, when a virtual character is placed at a certain distance from the user, a shorter reverberation time applied to the character's voice makes users like ourselves perceive the character to be nearer than what the character actually is. And there's a stronger influence of reverberation time, more so in the near field than in the far field, and for shorter reverberation times than for longer ones. Let's look at sensory reliance. Here, the graph on the right depicts the ratio, or the our tendency to rely on visual information in making judgments. So we found that in making depth judgments, participants increasingly rely on reverberation time until about a point, 1.5 seconds to be exact, after which we start to rely back on vision. So it seems to be the case that increasing the reverberation time alters your perception of depth until a point, and that extremely high RTs results in a shift back towards vision and making judgments. But why is this the case? It's because we as humans tend to believe more in what we see than what we hear. So when we get conflicting information about a character's distance or something's distance, we tend to dominate, or our vision tends to dominate and say, don't listen to your ears, just fall back on your eyes. So overall, we found that altering the reverberation time affects distance perception, and that there is an influence of distance perception that is more pronounced in the near field, more so than in the far field. And that this influence of reverberation time is more pronounced for shorter reverberation times than that for longer ones. So taken together, what does this all mean? And this is a rhetorical question. I feel like we should just all stop asking rhetorical questions, shouldn't we? So this technique of using auditory information is highly promising. Why? Because it can alter how users perceive depth. It can address the classic distance compression issue that continues to plague and impoverish experiences. And more than anything, it presents an alternative to visual manipulation techniques where I don't need to be short or something like that. With that, I would like to give a quick shout out to my collaborators from National Taotong University. And here at Clemson, my advisor, Dr. Saab Babu, and I would like to thank everyone here for listening to me.
All right. Thank you, Roshan. We will give the judges a couple seconds to wrap up their scores. And this will bring us to the final contestant in this session, Sandra. Advance to the next slide. Okay, so this brings us to the last competitor in the second session. Up next, we have Sandra Annie Sirasoa. Sandra is a PhD candidate under the advisement of both Dr. Sharon Bewick and Dr. Matthew McCauley in the Department of Mathematical and Statistical Sciences in the College of Science. And today, she's going to be talking to us about modeling functional redundancy in microbial community. Get a mic check.
Testing. Testing.
Can we hear? Okay. All right, Sandra, the floor is yours, and good luck.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here. Many of us know that the environments of microbes are very complex, and they are tied to our everyday activity. And our activity tends to simplify these environments. So it has been discovered that shifting from polyculture to monoculture on the same field reduces the number of microbes in the soil. And in microbial community, the number of species that can perform a given task, which is the functional redundancy, it is very important to know them. But why is that? So let's say that among these 3 species that perform the phosphorus cycling, let's say 2 of them get extinct, then this remaining one can continue the task anyway, right? So the ecosystem here will remain stable. So, but it hasn't been discovered yet that a simplified environment impacts the functional redundancy or not. So that is our goal for this project here. So why do we care about that? If we say that reduced in environmental complexity implies reduced in functional redundancy, then the stability will be reduced as well. So the outcomes of this project will lead to new ways of controlling the stability of microbial community. All right, so how to approach that? So we are gonna build mathematical models, and then we perform simulations, and then we'll compare the results. Here we are gonna use meta community framework. And what is that? So from a big broad community, we call that meta community. We sample small communities. We call them local communities without changing the structure of the meta community. And then we focus on the local communities to see how the functional redundancy in the local communities impacts the number of resources in the local communities. So here, the community will be built by assumptions, from basic assumptions, and then we relax those assumptions toward the reality. So this model here is the basic model. We call it environmental filtering. And through example, we let 8 resources in this community, in the big one, and 2 of them are in the local community. And we have 4 species, and each one of them uses 3 resources. So the focus assumption here is that a species can live in the local community, which is the small one, if it can find at least one species, one resource, in the local community. So for example, here, the first species won't live in the local community because all of its resources here, all of its resources are outside the local community, right? So here we have 2 species using the yellow flower in the local community, and 1 species uses the green one in the local community, in the small community. So on average, we have 3.5 species that use a single resource in the local community, and that is the functional redundancy in the local community. So our model is B over R, big R over S, and we can see that this formula does not have the little r, which is the number of resources in the local community. The second model is the niche partitioning. And the focus here is each species wins n number of resources. And to live in the local community, it has to find at least one of its favorite to be there. So here in this example, we let n equals to 2. And notice that the second species here won't live in the local community because the yellow flower in the local community is not its favorite. So we find the general formula for the functional redundancy in the local community as this formula here. And it has a little r, which is the number of local community in the formula. So these are the simulations versus our model. And we can see that they fit very well. And so it makes sense to say that if we have rise in the environmental complexity, then for the functional redundancy in the environmental filtering is constant, and for the niche partitioning, it is increasing. So for this project, we believe that it will lead us to new ways of controlling the stability in microbial community. And as we relax the assumptions toward reality, new mathematical challenges might emerge. Thank you, and I will take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Sandra. So this brings us to our next intermission. We are a little behind schedule, but that's okay. I will see you all at 11:46. If everyone could get to their seats, we are going to try and get started here in the next minute or so. Okay, so let's go ahead and kick off our last session of the day. Next up, we have Melissa Munoz. Melissa is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. James E. Faust in the Department of Plant and Environmental Sciences in the College of Agriculture, Forestry, and Life Sciences. And today, she's going to be talking to us about understanding the use of calcium as a management strategy for botrytis blight in cut roses. Mic check real quick. Mic check.
Very fine.
Okay.
Mic check.
The floor is yours, Melissa.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thanks. So thank you everybody for being here today. And just to start, everybody knows that roses are the classic symbol of undying love, but they are more than just a pretty face. They actually represent a super important economic crop with a world export value of 9 billion. And just for the US, the import value is over 1.6 billion. But did you know that roses can get moldy just like food? Gray mold, also known as botrytis blight, is a disease of roses caused by a fungus called Botrytis cinerea. Botrytis is a fungus that is everywhere around the world and affects not only roses, but also another 1,400 plant species worldwide. And it's characterized because it's known as a necrotrophic fungi, which means it's a tissue killer. It kills the tissue in order to get the nutrients out of the tissue. And one of the main strategies for disease management is the use of fungicides applied as pre or post-harvest treatments. However, the excessive use of fungicides leads to fungicide resistance development, which makes the fungicides not effective anymore. That, together with the concerns for human health and environment, make the necessity of finding alternative management strategies for botrytis blight. So in the middle of that search, we find out calcium. So as humans need calcium to get their bones stronger, plants also need calcium to make their cells stronger and more effectively able to fight infections of microorganisms. So because of that, the objectives of my research are first to evaluate the use of post-harvest calcium applications in cut roses to contrast botrytis blight severity. Second, to determine the efficacy of those dips at increasing the calcium concentration in the petal tissue. And finally, to evaluate metabolic pathways that could be involved in the interaction between calcium, botrytis, and roses. So regarding this last objective, we were interested on these metabolic pathways because metabolites are small molecules present in all the living organisms, and they are responsible for smell, taste, color, but also defense responses. So that's why we were interested in that. So we follow a 4-steps methodology to do this. First, we perform calcium dips of harvest roses using 3 different doses of calcium at 0, 1,000, and 2,000 parts per million calcium. And these, we are doing it together with commercial greenhouses in Colombia. Second, the treated roses are shipped here to Clemson, where we evaluate the symptom development and we place the roses in humid chamber to promote the disease. And the treated tissue is also used for tissue analysis to evaluate if calcium was effectively being taken by the plants, and also how much was the calcium moving in the plant. And finally, we perform metabolomics to evaluate these metabolic pathways that could be involved in the interaction between calcium, botrytis, and roses. So from our severity treatments, we were able to observe here in this graph, the x-axis has hydrogen peroxide that we use as a commercial control, 0, 1,000, and 2,000 parts per million calcium, and the y-axis is the disease severity. And you can see that the 2,000 parts per million treatment had a significant reduction in the disease severity, not only in comparison with the control, but also with the commercial treatment. And basically what you see here in numbers is what I wanted to represent in the picture, where you can see that at day 7, both the commercial treatment and the 0 parts per million calcium show big lesions, while our calcium treatments had very small lesions or no lesions at all. Then, regarding the calcium increase in the petal tissue, what you see here is a cross-section of a petal, and using an X-ray technique, we're able to pinpoint at different layers of the tissue to see if not only calcium is being taken, but if it's moving inside the tissue. So in that graph, in red, we have our 2,000 parts per million calcium treatment, and in blue, we have the 0 parts per million control. And we observe an increase in calcium in the top, middle of the petal, and bottom of the petal. So with these dips, we can effectively increase the concentration in the tissue. Finally, for our metabolites, we were able to observe in this graph what is over the dashed lines to the left, were all these molecules that were less accumulated with our calcium treatment. And on the right, on red, we have the molecules that have overaccumulation with our calcium treatments. So using some software and some data analysis, we were able to observe that there is a series of different amino acids in the plant that are being more accumulated with the use of calcium, while there are other molecules like steroids and some lipids that are being less accumulated when we use calcium. So our conclusion for this research is that post-harvest calcium dips are a promising alternative tool for botrytis blight management on cut roses, because they can significantly reduce disease severity while increasing calcium concentration, and they also influence the rose metabolism. And actually, some growers in Colombia are already using some of our findings on their own facilities. I would like to thank you all for your attention today. I would like to thank my lab members at Dr. Faust and Dr. Guido Schnabel labs, and the American Floral Endowment, GRADS, the multi-user analysis here in Clemson, the electron microscopy facility, and the growers that we work with. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. We will give our judges another moment to wrap up their scores, which will lead us into our next contestant, Tharshika. All right. This brings us to our next contestant. Up next, we have Darshika Vikneswaran. Darshika is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. Nadaraja Ravichandran in the Glenn Department of Civil Engineering in the College of Engineering, Computing, and Applied Sciences. And today, she's going to be talking to us about a new constitutive model and its application for predicting extreme climate-induced failures of infrastructure systems. Okay, thank you, Darshika. The floor is yours, and good luck.
Thank you, Nick.
When do I put this on?
So
Is it
today,
on
through
already?
my presentation, I think I will take you all through to see how this climate is affecting the infrastructure that we live day to day. So we know that climate change has been a hot topic. The temperature is increasing. On the other hand, we are having storms, hurricanes, which are affecting. Why does that important to civil engineers or like geotech engineers like us? We have many infrastructures which are connected to our soils, which we usually call it as dirt. But soil plays an important role for having this infrastructure. For example, you see only a tall building there, but we have a deep foundation going down it. And then you have shallow foundation. Most of our houses and small buildings goes on that. Then you have water coming, gases, which goes through the stormwater pipelines, which are underground. And then the important thing we have is slopes or embankments, which mostly we have like landslides and all things. So this climate change has increased the occurrence of extreme events such as flood, storm, and drought in the past few years. Because of these, we have landslides, and also we have the famous landslide in La Conchita landslide, and then we have foundation failures. This causes death of people, and also like $202 million were lost due to these loss. So how do we come? All we know is, okay, we have a rainfall, water is coming, somewhere it's going, we don't know where it's going, and we are going to have drought, the water is going to evaporate, and we know our soil is going to get dry. So actually what's happening underneath us is very important for bearing all these structures which come above the soil. So the fundamental physics is you have a soil under you, then you have a groundwater, which you have a saturated soils. That means soil and you have 100% water with that. We don't have problem with that. Our problem begins when you have the unsaturated soil and when our climate change is going to play with this unsaturated soil. What's exactly going to happen is we'll take a soil segment from that. We have a soil particles and we have water. And also we are going to have air particles. So this air and water is going to give pressure to your soils, which we will say pour air pressure and pour water pressure. So what is important here is the soil suction. More the dry your particle, you can imagine your particles being closer in contact. What happens when water comes? They're going to separate. It's like an enemy. We call that water is an enemy for geotechs or for soils. So this one is going to reduce the strength of the soil. So when you have a washer, then your soil water content increase and your suction decreases. That decreases your strength of the soils, then we have all the structure failures. So how do we solve this? So what's the solution for that? For doing that, we need to know how your water is going inside your soil and how is that affecting your soil performance. Currently, there is many softwares are available to do the flow model. It says how water coming and going up. But unfortunately, none of them does how the deformation or how your soil is going to settle or heave depending on this climate change. So for doing that, along with the model that is available in the commercial software, we introduced a new deformation model, which says, okay, the water is coming. Because of that, how is my soil is going to behave, how the interaction is going to be. So we incorporated that into the existing software so the practicing engineers or researchers can deal and analyze the structures. So our purpose is we assess these geotechnical structures using this couple flow deformation code, and we go to a specific site and get the geotechnical data, how the soil is, and then we get the hydroclimatic data. So if you see the hydroclimatic data, for example, in our study, we assume like, let's say we have 10 days of rainfall, so like a prolonged storm we have. Then we have 4 years of drought, like there are prolonged droughts in California and Texas. So we take that into consideration and we apply into some of the geotechnical systems. For example, first one is a deep foundation. You can imagine yourself as a deep foundation under a tall building. So you are going to bear the load. How are you going to bear the load? So you are there static, so you get a load on the top of you. So you first do a skin resistant. Okay, I give some of my load to the soil, and the other one you take it to your toe, and then you transfer it to the soil. So how is this going to be affected? You can see on the figure A that the red color shows how much the water has went in. It's like half of you is filled with water. That means you have two different states. Above you are weak, below you are strong. So how are you going to see? But you can see when the drought comes, the water has evaporated. You see that amount of water content has decreased to like 20%. So this one we'll see how our skin and the toe resistance is affected. You can see the skin resistance when during rainfall, it has decreased. This shows that you are not able to take the force which you are going to give to the soil. So that means your capacity has reduced. So same thing we can do for slope stabilities because we have landslides and all. So we take an embankments and we model it in a finite element 2D form. So we apply the same rainfall hydrograph, and you can see how the factor of safety varies. Factor of safety says what's the stability of your slope. More the factor of safety is more stable your slope. You can see the stability of 6 suddenly drops to 1. This shows how rainfall is severe. This is the main reason for seeing more stable slopes around us, and there is a hurricane or some other storms, you see them fail and landslide proceed. So is this slope failure is why is important? Because we have many infrastructures based on that. So you can see, for example, there's a buried pipeline under your slope, and what has happened with the slope progressing, the pipe is also going to be affected. So the conclusion of this study is that for analyzing the structures that are subjected to rainfall and drought, we need to see the time history and also with the distance, how it's going to vary. Usually the current design in the field doesn't take into consideration with the time dependent. So a couple flow deformation analysis should be carried out for taking these into the consideration. And thank you, and any questions?
All right. Thank you, Tharshika. We will give the judges another moment to wrap up their scores, which will lead us into our next contestant, Siyun. I'm going to say good luck. And then whenever you start talking, he's going to start a timer right there. Yeah. All right. So this brings us to our next contestant. Up now, we have Shiun Aina. Shiun is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. C.C. Bates in the Department of Education and Human Development in the College of Education. And today, she's going to be talking to us about supporting preschoolers' early writing through parent-teacher collaboration, a design-based study. Mic check. Shiun, mic check. Test your mic. Just test your mic.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah.
The floor is yours, Shiun,
Okay.
and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending my session. You've introduced me, so I don't have to introduce myself. Yeah, but I'll be talking to you about this concept about supporting preschoolers' early writing. Just to put this in context, what you see on the screen, I would like to tell you a story of a boy named Kyle. I work with Kyle on a weekly basis. He's in second grade. And Kyle is still having challenges with letter recognition. He doesn't know the difference between a P and a D or an M and a W. And that invariably affects how he reads and also how he writes. Kyle is an example of a lot of children who are struggling with early writing or with writing. And it just lets us know that if we catch them early, that is at the preschool stage, then they can advance pretty fast without the issues that we see on the screen: lack of confidence, low self-esteem, and disruptive behaviors based off of their inability to write effectively. Even if we know that supporting children's writing is important, we still see that this is not addressed in the preschool classroom because of different reasons, which include not having enough instructional time to focus on that. And sometimes preschool teachers don't know what kind of strategies to use to support preschool children. Therefore, this study is sought to enhance preschool children's emergent literacy skills through the collaborative efforts of parents and teachers. From previous studies, we see that studies that focus on early writing either focus on what teachers can do to support children without holding on to what parents can do in collaboration with teachers. And from research, we see that when teachers and parents are working together to support children, it really supports their academic and social development. This study is hinged on two theoretical framework, which is the zone of proximal development and scaffolding. The idea of the zone of proximal development is that what a child knows and what a child can do with the support of an adult is quite different. What that tells you is when a child doesn't know what to do and a parent or a teacher or an adult or with the use of a technology supports a child, that child is able to do much more than they could have without those tools or that support. And scaffolding is just the idea of knowing what kind of support to provide to a child. Because for instance, what child A knows and what child B knows is different. Child A might know letters, child B might know words. The kind of support that they need is different. I'll explain more about that with the story of Piper. For this study, I looked at working in a local child development center focusing on 3K and 4K students. And we used 12 parent-child dyads, 6 from each classroom. And the major tool that we use in this study is a teacher-child-parent collaborative notebook. What this tool was supposed to do was to allow parents to support children in writing while children wrote in the notebook, and teachers gave feedback to support that process, like giving encouragement or support to teachers. And the design-based method helped this study because the design-based method allows for parents and teachers to collaboratively work together, and we are able to refine instruction and refine the kind of support that we give from the researcher's angle. From this study, we see that children who participated in the study improved significantly on all literacy measures, which is concept about print, letter identification, and letter writing, name writing. This study was only a 2-month phase. From the screen, you will see that children who use a notebook 0 to 5 times did not improve or even receded, for instance, letter writing, compared to children who use the notebook 11 to 20 times and above. And we see that their letter writing improved. And I'll tell you about the story of Piper. When Piper is in the 3K classroom, when she started, she was only scribbling. And through this kind of support her parents gave her through the 2-month period, Piper was able to write letters at the end of the study, even words. This was just, the verb that she wrote was her mother saying, just write me something. And she was able to do this compared to when she started. From what we see here, we have more information compared to what other studies have done. Other studies focus on seeing what parents or teachers can do to support children's writing based off of a short time period. For instance, they can say, okay, write a letter with your child. I want to see what kind of support you can offer that child within a short frame. So parents use all kinds of techniques like using environmental print to support the child's writing, telling the child to write, giving them like directional language, like if you want to write M, down and across. But what the study did differently was seeing how children's writing can improve across a time period. That was 2 months. And we see that this is more effective than just those short time frames. And we're able to see that the kind of tools that parents used changed as the child developed in understanding. The goal of this research is to continue to teach teachers how to effectively use the Writing Collaborative Notebook, because we see in this research that if teachers are not given positive feedback in the notebook, parents are not encouraged to continue using the notebook. And that affects how often parents use the notebook with their children. So we hope that with the continuation of this TCP Writing Collaborative Notebook, that we'll see an advancement, and this would help children like Hal. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Shiun. We will give the judges another moment to wrap up their scores, which will bring us to our next contestant, Omar.
Thank you.
All right. This brings us to our next contestant. Up next, we have Omar Hussein. Omar is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. Fadi Abjelawad in the Department of Mechanical Engineering in the College of Engineering, Computing, and Applied Sciences. And today, He's going to be talking to us about morphological instabilities of nanolattices.
This thing?
Yes, hear it? Yeah.
This thing? Can you hear me?
Okay. The floor is yours, Omar, and good luck.
So on reflection, my research has been guided by the observation of Dr. Michael Ashby, who is a professor in Cambridge University, where when humans try to build a load-bearing structure, they use a solid, dense material, glasses, concrete, or steel. But when nature does the same, she tends to use a cellular materials full of porosity, lightweight, yet very stiff and strong, like bone, coral, or wood. And the question is, can we create such a material inspired by nature, a nature-inspired material, where we build the structure from bottom to up? We can have a potential answer for this question using 3D printer, as nature is the ultimate 3D printer. Not only that, we can create a structure in a very fine and small nano lattices or nanostructure. And to imagine how small nanoscale is, 1 nanometer is to a tennis ball what a tennis ball is to the Earth. Yes, we can create this cool structure that can fit in a dandelion seed head and not break it, out of 99.9% of air. If you zoom in, we can see the complexity of that all structure spans over 5 orders of magnitude. And from this technology, we can create micro batteries to double the energy density. We can develop a high compact optical component using a nanophotonic crystals. However, we have a limitation for that. This nanoscale or this nanostructure, these rods are unstable. So under high temperature environment, we can see that these nanorods develop a wiggly or rough profile to like a rough profile, and then will break up eventually, which degrades the material itself. So this movie shows us nanorod which develop the same exact rough profile and wiggles. So our take-home message that nanostructure lattices or nanolattices are unstable and break up eventually into separate particles and domains. So to understand this effect, let's take this wiggly profile, and we have tried to mimic it by a cosine function. In simple terms, our model is 2 particles, or let's call it 2 grains, separated by a boundary. And this boundary have a kind of tension force. So we have studied 3 main parameters to answer the question when this system or when this structure will break up. So we have introduced the first parameter, which is describe how rough my surface is. We'll give it a symbol epsilon, and we'll call it roughness. The second parameter describes the pulling force at the boundary between the force from each side. We will give it an angle psi, and we will call it tension. Keep in mind that the angle psi, it has an inverse relation with the boundary tension. So increasing the boundary tension means the angle psi is decreasing. Also, we have studied the stretch of the particle itself, or it's the stretch of my system. We'll give it a symbol lambda, and we will call it stretch. So to answer this question in terms of our parameter, we have developed a theoretical model, a thermodynamical theoretical model that account for the interfacial energy. What do I mean by interfacial energy? Interfacial energy describes the free surface energy and the boundary energy of my structure. So thermodynamics tells me if my interfacial energy of my system is lower than the interfacial energy of a uniform cylinder, this system will be unstable and will break. So the delta of energy will be less than 0. Also, we have complemented this theoretical model by a computational phase field mesoscale model, which is a mathematical model for interfacial problems. Unfortunately, I'm going to skip the most interesting part, which is 10 pages of mathematical derivation, to show you our design map. So this design map shows the region where the structure will be stable or unstable based on the roughness, the stretch, and the tension. Where the blue surface identifies the region where stable is the red, and any combination of these parameters will be unstable above that surface. As we can see here, our result shows decreasing psi, which means increasing the boundary tension. The tendency of my system to break up will be higher. So to test our theoretical model with our phase field, we have picked 2 points to structure by changing only the tension while keeping the roughness, and the stretch is the same. And we'll see if our prediction and theoretical model matches our computation. So in the first panel, we can see that the particle will evolve into isolated particle, where the second panel shows the development of a more cylindrical shape or more cylindrical morphology. If you still have doubts, seeing is believing. So what we see here is a video for our experimental result with our collaboration with Dr. Shandillan, where we can see this micro-rod alumina that develop these rough surfaces. In the zoom in, we can see this boundary width decreasing, and we have tried to mimic this with our simulation. And eventually, we'll break it. So our theoretical model with our computational analysis and our experimental result shows that the grain boundary play a destabilizing role in nanostructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar. We will give the judges another moment to wrap up their scores, with our final contestant of the session being Farah. Farah. All right, this brings us to our last competitor for the day. Up next, we have Farah Tassin. Farah is a PhD candidate under the advisement of Dr. Lori Dix in the Department of Policy Studies in the College of Behavioral, Social, and Health Sciences. And today, she's going to be talking to us about well child visits and immunization encounters between rural and urban children with neonatal abstinence syndrome, otherwise known as NAS.
Is it working?
The floor is yours, Farah, and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick, for the introduction. For my presentation, first we'll have to know what is neonatal abstinence syndrome. I know Leah already talked about that, so I just want to add a little more. So neonatal abstinence syndrome, or NAS, is a withdrawal syndrome experienced by infants after birth and results from opioid drug use of their mothers during pregnancy. NAS can cause long-term visual, physiological, or behavioral challenges to newborns. For example, autistic disorders, attention deficit hyperactivity disorders, development delays such as social and motor performances. In addition, it can also cause the children to require higher rates of healthcare utilization. For example, high rates of emergency department visit, higher rates of hospital readmission, and longer hospital length of stay. Well child visit is ideal for providers to identify and treat the disease in high-risk infants, such as infants with NAS, to ensure they receive timely healthcare services. For example, well child visit and immunization encounter. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommended that children should have at least 6 well child visits during their first year of life, at ages 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, and 12 months. And also they recommend that children should receive immunizations at 2, 4, 6, 12, and between 15 to 18 months, and during the influenza seasons. So in terms of healthcare, rural children face more barriers than urban children. For example, poverty, physician shortage, transportation problems, and that can lead them to receive less healthcare facilities compared to them. So considering this issue, this study compares well child visit and immunization encounters between South Carolina rural and urban children with NAS who were born between 2006 to 2014. So this is a retrospective cohort study. This kind of studies use information from prior exposure that preceded in later or current disease status. We use South Carolina Medicaid data from child beneficiaries who were born between 2006 to 2014 with a NAS diagnosis at birth hospitalization. We identified these children with ICD code 779.5. So ICD stands for International Classification of Disease. For example, if a woman has an ovarian cancer or a twin pregnancy, or a children has a disease like neonatal abstinence syndrome, they won't describe that in the data set. They will just simply put a code, which is ICD code, and we'll have to decode that for our study purpose. The outcome measures were well-child visit and immunotherapy encounters from birth to 3 years of age. And finally, we distinguish the urban and rural status using the rural-urban continuum codes. So according to these codes, 20 out of 46 counties of South Carolina are rural and 26 counties are urban. So we found it a fair distribution too using our study. This is our cohort selection flowchart. It's basically what I have described just now. One addition is that you can see we have excluded some. We have excluded some children with this condition because these conditions can result in the children to transfer into the neonatal intensive care unit other than the withdrawal syndrome. So this is the mean well-child visit and immunization encounters from birth to 3 years of age between our sample. So we can see that there is a significant difference between the rural and urban children regarding the well-child visit and immunization encounters from birth to 3 years of age. P was less than 0.01 for all the comparison. For example, from birth to 11 months, the mean number of well-child visit for rural children was 3.4 compared to 4.0 for urban children. And for instance, in terms of immunization encounters, between 24 months to 35 months, the mean immunization encounters was 0.3 for rural children compared to 0.6 for urban children. Okay, so this figure shows the, This figure shows the well-child visit adherence between the rural and urban children of South Carolina who were born with NAS between 2006 to 2014. So children in the rural group are significantly less likely to adhere to the AAP guidelines compared to the urban children, which you can see in this figure, especially during 12 to 23 months, which was 55.3% for rural children and 66.6% for urban children. We also did a Poisson regression analysis. So after covariate adjustment, rural status was associated with decreased well-child visit between birth to 11 months and 12 months to 23 months, and decreased well-child visit adherence between 12 months to 23 months. In addition, the rural status was also associated with decreased immunization encounters from all three type 1s, birth to 35 months. So in discussion, we have seen that reduced well-child visit and immunization encounters are more noticeable in rural children with NAS. But the bigger picture is children with NAS are having less well-child visit and immunization encounters regardless of their urban and rural state. So what should we do to solve this problem? First of all, we can target policy intervention to ensure comprehensive and informed healthcare services for complex and sensitive disorders like NAS. We can also expand the telehealth-based care. It may not help immunization, but it can be really helpful for well-child visit by removing or minimizing the transportation barrier in rural areas. We can also increase insurance coverage through Medicaid and state children's health insurance programs. Improved coordination among state immunization programs can be really helpful to ensure timely immunization for rural children with NAS. And finally, development of community pharmacy-based immunization can be really helpful to minimize the physician shortage in rural areas and ensure timely immunization for all children in rural areas. That's all about my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Farah. So that wraps up our last session and also all competitors today. I thought you all did a fantastic job. So let's give one more round of applause. All right, now is the opportunity for the audience to get involved with the People's Choice Award. So what you're gonna do is, we have all of our contestants here. There are actually 2 steps to this. So you're gonna text GRADS in caps to 833-221-4005. Once you do that, you'll get a message back confirming that it worked. Next, you'll text finals followed by the number of your favorite contestant. Let's see what time it is. It is 12:33. I am going to go ahead and say that the award ceremony is going to start at 1:05. So feel free to take a bio break, and we will see you in about a half hour. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, yeah, get it right.
Come a bit closer. Okay. There we go. That looks good right there. And work.
Work it.
Work it.
Work it.
Work it.
Work it.
Work it. Awesome. Go away. Go away.
Yeah.
I'll, call the person, get their name, and I was thinking like you, me, Lopes, and Robert. That's what
Whatever they might. Did it work?
All right. We are going to go ahead and kick off the awards ceremony in the next minute here. If everyone could please get to their seats. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a great day. I hope everyone's enjoying this so far. I once again want to reiterate that these presentations were phenomenal. I personally learned stuff today that I didn't know from other colleges, so that's awesome. And I think we did a great job of showcasing all of the great research going on here in the graduate school. So let's give one more round of applause for all our contestants. All right. So to kick things off with opening remarks, for the awards ceremony, we have Dr. Marika Van Pumbroek, the Associate Dean of Professional Development, Health, and Wellbeing. Dr. Van Pumbroek was unable to join us today, but she has recorded a video that I am going to go ahead and play for you. Doing this way better than I thought I was going to.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marika Van Pembroek, and I'm an associate dean in the graduate school. Unfortunately, I've had to leave today's event to go collect my own research, but I'm so excited that I've been able to share the morning with you all and to hear our outstanding keynote speaker this morning, Dr. June Pilcher, talk about her research and her work with graduate students and their research and the importance of research. And it's been such an honor to listen to so many talented graduate students talk about their research in ways that is meaningful, that is accessible to the general public. I mean, your grandparent or sibling likely won't understand the technical terms in your field. So the importance of being able to talk about your work in a way that everybody understands is essential to moving forward and to your professional development. So I commend each of you today on your presentations, your research. Your work was outstanding. The presentations were compelling. And it was so wonderful also to hear from such a variety of students in a variety of fields with a variety of topics. It really underscores the importance of research here at Clemson University. Graduate students are responsible for so much of the research that goes on here and responsible for the new innovations and new thought. So we applaud you. We appreciate you. Congratulations on a job well done. And a huge thanks also to Nick and to Claire and to the research initiatives team from the GSG. They've worked so hard to put this competition together, to make sure all of the pieces connect and to provide today's outstanding experience. So huge thank you to them as well. And my best to all of you. You're all winners in my book. Have a great rest of your day and congratulations.
All right. So next up, providing remarks. He also did this for the last competition for us. We are greatly appreciative of all of the work, leadership, and initiatives he takes on as being our graduate student government president here at Clemson University. So please join me in welcoming our GSG president, Robert O'Hara.
Thank you, Nick. And once again, congratulations to all of our competitors today. Your research presented is a testament to your dedication to the furthering of scientific knowledge. As GSG president, I want to extend thanks to all who made today possible, especially the Research Initiatives Committee led by Nick and Claire. But I want to circle back to Nick's comments this morning about leadership. And so Nick hit on two things that resonate with leadership and graduate education. The first being a transformative experience. Like the graduate school's motto, transformation begins here, leadership is transformative. Where you are when you start a leadership experience shouldn't be where you end that experience. And the second piece that Nick touched on came from his mirroring of leadership from what he saw from his role models. To me, Nick was experiencing what we call servant leadership. Something that is often a tertiary thought in academia is service. All of us involved with graduate student government do what we do because we care about the betterment of our fellow graduate students. Our organization thrives when our graduate students thrive. We do our best to weed out unnecessary boondoggling in our efforts and focus on helping graduate students become healthier, wiser, and more autonomous. Under the leadership of Nick and his team, I've witnessed a transformation in the direction and scope of research initiatives activities with a newer focus on better serving graduate students, both professionally and academically. So to close out today, there's a song from the musical Wicked. And if anybody knows me, they know I was a theater major in undergrad. Shocking, I know, right? So there's a song from the musical Wicked that I think really encapsulates the leadership of Nick during his tenure with GSG and with research initiatives. So it's performed towards the end of the musical and really sums up the relationship between the two protagonists. The song is For Good, and I recommend that you YouTube it and listen to it because it's a really good song. There's a poignant line that really resonates today, and I think it's something that just shows our appreciation for everything that Nick has done. And I was talking about other people going, here I am going to do it. But it's because I knew you, I've been changed for good. So thank you, Nick and team, for a fantastic year with research initiatives, and thank you for your continued service and dedication to the betterment of graduate students.
Thank you, Robert. That was really nice. All right, so it is that time to give some awards away. So how this is going to work is I am going to announce the winner for third, second, first, and then the People's Choice. You're going to come up here, receive your award, and then you're going to take a picture with myself, Claire, Dean Lopes, and Robert. I'm also going to hand you this microphone if you want to provide any thoughts of how you're feeling and what you thought about today and just anything in general. We hope you all enjoyed this competition. We've been working very hard on this for the last 3.5 months, and it's sad to see it come to an end, but I'm very proud of how this has gone. So, I'll check this real quick. Test, test, test. In third place, this person will be receiving $250. And as I mentioned earlier, I will get these to you guys in the next week or so. So just look out for an email from me. So in third place, from the Department of Food, Nutrition, and Packaging Sciences, please join me in congratulating Vishal Manjunatha. I apologize. I mixed up second and third. So I'm just going to tell you right now, you came in second, but we're going to redo this. I feel like Steve Harvey right now. So in second place, receiving $250 is Vishal Manjunatha. All right. Come on up again.
And second place is receiving a $500. No.
Okay. I promise that's not going to happen on this one. It's going to say second place, but this person actually came in third place. Again, I am very embarrassed right now that I just made that mistake. So in third place, receiving the $250 prize from the Department of Human-Centered Computing. Please join me in congratulating Roshan Venkatakrishnan.
You should just stay up there.
I'm just letting you know what.
So crazy. All right. The grand prize, as Pinar would say from Turkey, you can win a grand with GRADS. So I want to give, I'm very proud of this person. I think they did a great job today. The scores were very close. Couldn't pick some of these over another if I was a judge personally, but please join me in congratulating from the Department of Plant and Environmental Sciences, Melissa Munoz. I love the checks. You know. Oh, I grabbed the microphones. That's okay. All right. So, our last award of the day, the People's Choice. Thank you to everyone that texted in both here and virtually. These also, again, were very, very close. So, please join me in congratulating from the Department of Food, Nutrition, and Packaging Sciences, our winner again, Vishal Manjunatha.
Yeah, we'll make sure. There we go. All right. Hold on.
Oh, everybody. It's like a
Okay, so that about wraps up our program today. There is plenty of food and refreshments in the atrium for the next hour that we can enjoy and celebrate today. I guess this is it for me. It's been real doing this for you guys for the last 2 years, and I have no doubt that the directors next year are going to carry on these traditions that we've created. So thank you all for coming today, and let's just do one more round of applause. All right. Can't believe it. Good thing you had one. If I could get all winners back up to the front, we want to have a winners picture together, please. And then after that, we're going to do a research initiatives committee photo as well.
We do all the winners photo outside.
That's
I mean, just out right here. Better lighting. The screens for some reason. Yeah. In a photograph with the shutter and everything, it throws the lines.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna do photos out there.
I know, from last year, we knew that was an issue.
Yeah, it's not horrible, and I've gotten it down to where it's a little bit better, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, it's not that
Oh, those are really good.
but still, let me see the. Here we go. There we go. There we are.
We were all in the back laughing at you.
Thank you.
I was so.
You did Mackenzie.
I don't know how did that happen?
I think a big reason was I didn't bring the laptop over there because I didn't want to unplug it. Oh, well, at least that person actually won, and it wasn't like he won 2 awards. Yeah.
No, but you said third, but he was actually second, not like second.
Yeah, going from second to third.
That's fair. That's fair. That's a
I think the best mistake that could have been.
Oh, warm up here. You guys know.
No, I don't think
That's what I was gonna say. If they get called, I was like,